because we are live.
All right. I guess we can't put it off until tomorrow. Mhm.
Oh no, I've been looking forward to this.
Me too. Me too. I mean, shit, we've only watched Scream 6 how many
Three
times?
nights, 3 nights in a row.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Well, 2 and 3/4.
Well, I watched it three full times.
Yeah, I know. I was a little distracted the first night.
To
But
anybody who's watching, thank you for joining in
yes.
to our Scream stream. It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah. So far, I think it's just me and you.
It's all right.
So maybe 10
These,
after, quarter after.
yeah, we'll do a quarter after. These usually get some good playback after the fact. So, hey, Verge, how you doing?
Hey, Verge.
Hi, hi. How are you?
There's Hi. How you doing, buddy? We're doing good. Good, good, good.
Yes. Hey, JK.
Hey, JK. That's cool.
Got a bunch of categories to get through tonight.
Oh yeah, we got 6 categories, I think.
I believe so. Yeah, right.
Yeah, 6. We're going to be talking about first, of course, we're doing openings. So it's kind of a given. Then we're going to go through the cast, our cast rankings, then setting rankings, kill rankings, Ghostface rankings, and finally franchise rankings.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, what's up, Rick? How you doing, buddy? Let's see. Starting with openings. Just gonna. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. I was gonna send you a message. Not a great typer, of course. Spent a lot of time with my mom today.
How did that go?
Pretty good. She got this. Our DMV is probably not a whole lot different from your DMV. I'm pretty sure they suck everywhere, but she had gotten a notice right when she got out of the rehab center,
Mm-hmm.
and they said that they were going to shut her registration down July 29th because she failed to get emissions done. Well, to get emissions is nothing but bullshit anyway. It's like another way for the government to take your money.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's a different story. I don't want to get political. Um, Basically, what they said, she had filled out a waiver because she's older. And if you're older in the state of Maryland, you get a waiver for emissions. Not like her car doesn't emit more than mine because she's older, but you know what I mean. It's just kind of, that's just the way they figured it. So, long story short, she sent in the emissions waiver on the 29th of May. And somebody didn't do their job and didn't put the waiver through. So they sent her that final notice thing in the beginning of July. But I called and straightened everything out for her today.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was a pain in the ass. It should never have had to been done. I tried to do it on the phone over the MVA website, and it wouldn't take any of my information. It would say error, error. You can't do this or whatever. I was like, what the fuck? So finally I called them, and finally they said, oh, it's a non-issue. Your mom's covered until July 29th of 2025. I was like, okay.
Hey, Casey.
So, what's up, Casey? Have you ever seen the Hammer film Demons of the Mind?
Um,
Or do you have it? For some reason, I got rid of your list a while back.
I don't think I have it. I don't think I don't think I realized it was a hammer. So I remember seeing was it an Anchor Bay that released it a while, like obviously years ago?
Yeah, they with the
Yeah.
keyhole and all. It's this cover right here. That's Demons of
Yeah.
the Mind.
Yeah.
Dude, it's really fucking good. Really good. It's kind of a slasher, kind of. But it's a more of a mind trip. I really enjoyed it.
People are putting their rankings in the chat here.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I
Interesting.
love to watch other people's rankings. Hey, John.
Hey, John, how's it going?
Demons of the Mind is really good. You kind of have to be patient with it because it doesn't tell you a whole lot in the beginning, and it's confusing up until they start to reveal why everything happened and how it happened at the end. And I was pretty impressed with it. And as part of that, like they call it the psychological trilogy. It's Fear in the Night, Straight On Till Morning, and Demons of the Mind. So that's like their psychological trilogy.
Yeah, I have Straight On Till Morning. What was the other one?
Fear in the Night. I think you had that one too.
I think that one, yeah. I think I have it under a different title.
Yeah. Demons of the Mind was really good. I was really impressed with it today. Did I start watching it today or no? I started watching it today before I went over to my mom's. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to show. I had all the Scream movies out. I don't think I'm going to show them. I just want to concentrate on what we're working on.
That makes sense. People know what they look like.
Yeah. Hey, Jennifer. I am going to. I don't think I ever did send you that message. I'm going to send it to you now. All right. Let's see if I can do this.
Hey, Jen.
Damn it. I was just watching Step Brothers. God, that movie's so damn funny.
The Catalina wine mixer.
The fucking Catalina wine. Well, what happens if I come out of the shower and I got a bead going from my chest pubes down to my butt? I swear to God. Will you shut the fuck up? Richard Jenkins is great in that. They're all great in that. Such a funny movie.
John wants some Saturday sleaze tomorrow. No sleaze tomorrow, unfortunately. I do have one coming soon. I just need to film it.
Oh, I've been looking. Something happened the other day, and I can't remember what show I was watching, but it looked real close to a nip slip. I can't remember. Somebody was wearing a red dress. She didn't have much upstairs, but shit. You know what's amazing to me is that Hammer kind of started out with like the blood and the violence, and the blood was kind of cheesy looking. That's a given. That paint red, and they did that, but it was kind of on a limited basis. But when you start getting to the end of the Hammer, in the 70s, because I think Demons of the Mind came out in 72, you start to get the nudity and everything like that. Of course, To the Devil a Daughter, which was their last picture.
Yep.
Well, they did do that TV movie,
TV
with
movie,
Sybil Shepherd. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting to see where they came and where they actually ended up. And I wonder who decided that it was a good idea for them to put nudity in their films. And did they think that, I mean, you could have taken a kid to see, probably back then they wouldn't have, but they were rated GP back then. The Horror of Dracula and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
You could take a kid to see that. Whether
Hey,
parents
Hobbs.
did or not is a different thing. Hey, Hobbs. Whether parents did or didn't was a different story. But when you get to Vampire Lovers and Demons of the Mind, the one I just watched today, and there's a few more that have quite a bit of nudity in them. Oh, Twins of Evil, nudity. Can't remember whether Vampire Circus has nudity or not. But anyway, I kind of wonder whether, that was towards the end. So did that contribute to the demise? I mean, I watched the documentary, and it said that they had kind of overextended themselves with The Devil Rides Out and To the Devil a Daughter were all licensed from a certain author. And they actually didn't make any money off of To the Devil a Daughter. It made money, but they didn't make any of it. Apparently, whatever deal they did with that left them broke. Meanwhile, the movie did rather well. So, there's one I got to watch on Tubi. A documentary. You might have it. I think that was the one that you said you had, the Flesh and Blood one.
I do. Yep, I have the Anchor Bay VHS of that.
I'll have to try to find that one. Hey, what's up there, Jack? Hey, buddy.
Hey, Jack.
Super Bowls are void because somebody's dating Kim Kardashian. So, I said it before. We're going to be ranking all the films and the TV series by seasons, and of course, they had the Halloween episode. We're going to start with openings. Then we're going to go to cast. Then settings.
Killers, and then the movies. Yep. So basically, we're treating each TV season as if it's an extended movie.
Right.
And for those of you who have seen the seasons, that's pretty much what they are. They pretty much play out just like an extra long Scream movie. The way they're set up, the way they're paced. So there's the 6 movies, there's 3 seasons, and then there's a Halloween special. So there'll be 10 altogether. Same thing when we rank openings, we're going to rank all 10 openings. So the opening of each movie as well as the opening of each season and Halloween special. We're ranking the casts by the movie. We're ranking the kills, not individually, like each individual kill, but based on like which movie or which season has the best kills. Of course, there will be spoilers. So if you guys haven't seen all the movies, if you haven't seen the seasons, well, I'm sorry, but we're definitely going to have spoilers in this stream because there's really no way to talk about it without spoiling them.
Have you seen this, Mr. Rick? Kill That Bitch and Snuff It from Dustin Mills? Because they're definitely your type of film. They're fun as hell. What is this for? What if I do like that? Okay. What does that mean? I don't know. Why is there hearts floating all around me? Do you see this, Joe? You don't see it. No. It's on my phone. They're like hearts going all around me. Oh, I see what it is now.
Is it in the comment section?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weirdo. I'm a weirdo.
Yeah. So again, guys, if you haven't seen all of the Scream movies and all of the seasons, we will be spoiling things. We're going to be spoiling, obviously with all the categories. We're going to spoil who the killers are. We're going to spoil, where each takes place. We're going to spoil different kills. We're going to kind of talk pretty in depth about these. We spend a lot of time doing this. getting prepared for this stream, so
Yes, we did.
we're definitely going to make it worth it. In fact, we have 11 people watching now. Why don't we begin? Because we got a lot to get through.
Yes, we do. We're going to start with the openings.
So as
And of course,
always, we're going to start with our least favorite, which many times we still love.
yeah.
So we're going to start with our least favorite, and rank our way down to our favorite opening. So again, even though there's only 6 movies, you're going to see 10 different
Yes.
answers here because there are 3 seasons plus a Halloween special, bringing the grand total to 10.
Except for Ghostface. Ghostface, we're going to have 23. We're going to be ranking 23 Ghostface.
Yep, 23 killers
Yeah.
because it is going to be the most complete Ghostface, killer ranking you'll see. And if you're wondering who the hell are all the 23, well, you'll find out when we get to that list.
Yeah, definitely.
All
It's
right,
going to be
so
fun.
let's start with openings. What do you have for your least favorite opening? What do you get at number 10?
All right. This one was really tough for me. Everything was tough for me except for, no, everything was tough for me. What I have as number 10 is season 1.
Okay.
Season 1 of the Scream TV series. Now, season 1 starts out with one of my very favorite actresses, and probably yours too, Joe. Bella Thorne in a bikini in a pool. The reason why I have it at number 1 is because it's not that it was slow. It's not that it wasn't a good kill. It's just that there are so many others that I like better than that one.
Okay.
It kind of reminded you told me the other night it kind of reminded you of the original Scream, which I consider probably the best opening ever in any horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
But it still didn't, I don't know, it didn't grab me as, of course Bella Thorne did, but it didn't grab me overall as much as the original Scream. So that's why it's number 10.
And I think, of course, everybody should keep in mind, because we're doing a ranking, we are comparing it to the movie. So to compare, the season 1 opening to the original Scream opening, well, obviously, I mean, it's hard to compare the two. With
Apples and
that,
oranges.
with that being said, for those of you who haven't seen the show, if you're a Scream fan, I mean, I can almost guarantee that opening is going to pull you in, and you're going to be like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm in. Because no, truthfully, I mean, even when you and
you're
I
right.
watched it together, we were talking about how awesome that opening is
Yeah.
for a TV show. So the fact that it's like number 10 last on your list just goes to show how strong this is going to
Yeah.
be. I mean, when it comes to, for those of you who watched our I Know What You Did Last Summer stream a couple of weeks ago, instead of openings, we did endings for a
Yeah.
category
Well,
because
because Scream has such strong openings.
that's what I was going to
Yeah.
say. Scream is sort of iconic for having like these classic openings, and how can they outdo the next one? How can they outdo the next one? And with I Know What You Did Last Summer, they have those, one last scare ending kind of
Yes.
thing. So we
Yeah.
just swapped endings for openings for this franchise. And again, obviously that means they're all going to be pretty strong. So just
Yeah.
because that's last place doesn't mean it's a bad opening at all.
Right. And I mean, I love the house. I love the lights, the way the whole thing is lit. Even the little dog, although if they would have killed the little dog, it probably would have pissed me off. But
Yeah.
you know, yeah, spoiler, dog doesn't die. But I do like it. I just don't think it was as strong as some of the other openings. So what's your number 10, Joe?
My number 10, and this is the same thing I was just talking about. I mean, it's still a really strong opening, but something has to be last, and it's Scream 4.
Ooh, that's
So
that's tough. Not too far from mine though. Not too
Scream
far.
4, yeah, and I went back and forth with it. My bottom 3 here, I kind of could have, I could have switched around if I wanted to, I bet.
Yeah.
But I ended up going with Scream 4. I don't, I really like how they do the whole,
Movie
Scream
within a
6.
movie within a movie.
Yeah, like Scream
Yeah.
6 within Scream 7, and then, you know, but I guess I was looking at it as the
Hey Ben.
actual Scream kills, because once you get through the really cool stuff with the Scream 6 opening and then the Scream 7 opening, and then when you get to Marnie and Jenny's kills, there's nothing really that special about them. So for me, it was like,
Yeah.
okay, like you get the cool part out of the way with the movie within the movie, but then It's like, okay, there's nothing really special about Marnie and Jenny's death. And
Yeah.
I actually kind of prefer the original opening of Scream 4 for those of you who have seen it, because I like seeing Marnie last a little longer and we actually get to see her death. Whereas in the theatrical cut, she just sees Marnie dead. Like, we don't get to see Marnie get killed. We only get to
Oh,
see
okay.
Jenny get killed. So
Huh.
it's just an interesting way of looking at it. Jason and I kept saying, with these rankings being so, this being so strong of a franchise, it was going to come down to these minute details
Yes.
of how
A
we
lot of
rank
them are going to
something.
be personal preference.
Exactly. And for
Yeah.
me, that's kind of why I decided to put Scream 4 last, because ultimately, when it came to the actual kills of Jenny and Marnie, they weren't all that special. They were cool,
Right.
but it wasn't like, oh my God, this is better than the others. So for me,
Yeah, but
Scream
and a
4 opening is
Paquin,
the best.
man, and a Paquin.
But
But anyway,
it's a fake. Yeah, it's a fake
it's
out.
a fake.
It is. It's a
They're
fake
not
out.
fake though. They're not fake at all. So yeah. All right. For number 9, I had. I don't like this one. I have Scream 5.
Okay, so Scream 5 is also my number 9.
No way.
It is.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Um, I just found it a little unremarkable. It wasn't the beginning that got me with Scream 5. It was what happened after the beginning that kind of lured me into the film. It's not
Okay.
that I didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it was a little unremarkable for me.
Okay.
So that was kind of it. I mean, I do like um, Jenna Ortega and all that, but,
So here we go. So originally, Scream 5 was going to be last place for me for openings. And
interesting.
the reason why I boosted it up a notch is because as we watched it again, and we watched this one a couple times together as well, as we watched it again, number one, Jenna Ortega. I love Jenna Ortega. I love Tara's character.
Me too.
Number two, I do like the fact that they make the when she's talking to Richie on the phone, because yes, guys, it is Richie, by the way, on the phone.
Yeah.
When she's talking to Richie, when he's asking about stab, she goes, don't they always start with a kill scene? She goes, they always start with a kill scene, and it's like that cleverness of the fact that she doesn't actually die. It's the
Right.
first Scream opening where we don't get an opening kill.
That's true.
So I wanted to give it points for that. And then also because I remember at the time with the trailer showing the whole smart home thing, like when
I
she's
love the automatic locks. I
when she's
love
locking when she's locking the doors on her phone and stuff.
Very smart.
That for me was enough to push it up above Scream 4,
Yeah.
because that was smart. And Scream has always been a product of its time, and it always manages to be a product of its time but still hold up.
Yes.
And they're like the Scream movies are like individual time capsules. Like, you can go back and watch a Scream movie and know when it was made based on the technology
Yep.
and certain things that are in the film. And that is a perfect example of that.
Yep.
So because of that, I'm putting it there. And also because Amber's a badass and she damaged Tara in the beginning. So I got to give credit where credit is due. Yeah. So Scream 5, I love the movie. I love the opening, but the opening is number 9 for me in the ranking.
Yeah, I mean, and just keep in mind, guys, that there is not a weak opening in the entire franchise.
Nope.
Which goes to my number 8, which is Scream 4. Not too far from yours.
Okay.
I do love the movie within a movie within a movie, but it starts to get a little. I mean, it's not like I've seen it before. And when you said that by the time they get to the actual film where the kill happens,
Yeah, the real
it's
kill.
a little unremarkable because
Yeah.
you've already seen it twice.
The others were better. The fake kills were better. Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's kind of where it was actually going to be lower, but I do
get
like
it.
the whole
I get it. I'm the
movie
same
within
way
a
with that.
movie
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Well,
What's your number 8, Joe?
So my number 8, it looks like we just swapped, because my number 8 is season 1.
Yeah.
So, we just had those kind of reversed.
Bellathorn.
Again, I want to make it very clear to everybody in the chat, if you haven't seen season 1, again, first of all, we're going to be spoiling things, but the opening is pretty fantastic. I mean, I got to say, I was one of those people who did not watch Scream the TV series when it first aired.
Yep.
I didn't watch it until, I think, last year was the first time I watched it.
Yeah,
last
because
year.
we talked about it on the Super Slash Brothers stream.
Yep, Jason suggested it. He talked about how much he liked it.
Yep.
And I did a little research, and for the same reason, and nobody else wanted to watch it back then. I was like, oh, they're not even using the Ghostface mask. But for anybody who knows, the mask that they use in Scream the TV series, the first 2 seasons in the Halloween special, was the original mask they were going to use in the Scream movies.
It's
So
badass. It may
I,
not look like much at first, but
I,
it's badass. As a matter of fact.
it's an awesome mask,
Oh yeah.
and also I like the fact that they stuck to what they were originally going to do. Also, I want to make it clear, Kevin Williamson and Wes Craven were both involved with the TV series. Wes Craven up until his death, anyway. Kevin Williamson wrote the pilot episode. So for anybody saying, "Well, it's not really Scream," it is Scream, and
It is.
it feels like Scream.
Can't really tell from there too
Yeah,
much.
you can't see it
Yeah.
because her face. Yeah.
Don't let that deter you. I mean, they do use the Scream mask, the real Scream mask in season 3, but
But
season 3,
we'll get to that.
yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get
Yeah,
to that.
we'll get to that.
I just didn't want anybody to be put off by,
No, it's freaking awesome.
it is. I mean, all of it should be watched. And I don't want to give away my next one.
Oh yeah, but anyway, so season 1, yep, I as for what I do like about it, I mean, we get an awesome decapitation and a head thrown in the pool.
mhm.
In the hot tub, we get Bella Thorne. It's a nice house with the in ground pool. Bella Thorne in the bikini.
Mm,
Um,
mm.
and then the first reveal of the killer. I mean, we might just use the term Ghostface through this video. Technically season 1, season 2, and the Halloween special aren't Ghostface, but if we say Ghostface, we're referring to the killer. But anyway, in the season 1, you get the first glimpse of that mask, and it's like, whoa, wow, okay, this is pretty cool. So the season 1 opening is really, really good. So
Hey, Mr.
even though
Bones. Hey, Craig.
even though we both have it ranked kind of low here, don't let that deter you. It's still
Let's
really
see.
good.
His Scream OG, Scream 6. Hell yeah. Scream 2, Scream 3, Scream 5, Scream 4. Okay.
All right, what do you got next for what do you got in 7th place for opening?
7th place, I have Scream 3. And you know that this is,
Holy shit.
And I'll tell you why. It's not the beginning that gets me with the film. It's the rest of it. The reason why I like it so much. I love the whole 100% cotton. I love the fact that he's in a traffic jam and the killer, of course, is threatening to kill his girlfriend / is it fiance, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love all that. I love the confrontation. I love the blood in it. It's really cool. But I was really sorry to see Cotton go, and that's probably why it's low.
I guess I can see that.
I like Cotton. I think you didn't see him a whole lot in part 1.
Nope.
Very, very little. Part 2, he kind of comes off like a piece of shit, like an opportunist.
Until the end, though, and then the end, he's like the hero.
Right.
I mean, he really is the hero of the movie. So,
but then you see him 100% Cotton. He's got his own talk show. He's got his own billboard and the hot trophy girlfriend and fiance or whatever. And I do love that opening. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And one thing to say about it that they're using now is they used a voice modulator. Mm-hmm. So that was the first time they had used that voice modulator. And I know a lot of people, you had said a lot of people don't like it, Joe.
Well, most people hate it.
I love it.
I love it too.
It's sneaky.
People who say, "Oh, it's unrealistic." First of all, you're watching a fucking horror movie. Second of all, if it's going to be realistic, it makes sense for it to be in the Hollywood setting.
Yes.
Like the main killer, and yes, guys, I said main killer. We'll get to that. The main killer in Scream 3 is a Hollywood director.
Yes.
So yes, he would have access to these special things that normal people wouldn't. I just think it's cool. Like, does it really exist? No, but it's a movie. A lot of things don't exist in movies, and we just take it with a grain of salt. Yeah. So why do people have such a hard problem with that? It's like it's crazy to me. I think it's an awesome addition to the franchise.
Me too.
I love that they use it. But yeah, I'll talk about Scream 3 more when I get to it on my list.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. It's just at 7 for me because there are so many better openings, in my opinion. So. What's your number 7, Joe?
My number 7 is season 2.
I'm actually kind of surprised at that.
Well, it's interesting because I know how much you love Scream 3, and you
It's
know
not
how
that
much
far though.
and you know how much I love season 2,
Right.
and we have them in the same spot here. Like, like you're one of your favorites, one of my favorites.
Yeah. Yeah.
Season 2 for me, it's I love the opening, but
Oh,
it's almost like a Scream 5 kind of thing. There's a fake out here.
Scream. You mean Scream 4?
No, Scream 5, in that there's no death, there's no kill in
Oh,
the opening.
are you sure?
I'm sure.
Because it was a prank, and I thought, oh, the other person didn't die. You're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
nobody. So this in the season 2, I love the movie theater setting, just like Scream
Oh,
2.
so good.
They're paying an homage to Scream 2 with having it set in the movie theater. You get
Hmm.
the fake out like Scream 4, I guess,
Yep.
like you said, with the actual film in the
Hmm.
movie theater.
Yep.
But then you get then you get like a Scream 5 type scenario where you don't actually have somebody die because it's all a prank.
Right.
And after how season 1 ends, the way season 2 begins like this with certain characters, it's like, okay, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So it's a great opening.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, again, looking at these little minute details, I had to look at it as, okay, but nobody dies. So I'm gonna put it here.
Okay. Even though we're not ranking killers right now, I want to ask you a question. Of course, it's Audrey that stabs the person, but the person doesn't die, right?
Yep.
Would you have preferred it if they did die? Would it have made a difference in your ranking?
It would be higher.
Think so?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I
Because
was curious.
I love the opening, and that was the
I do too.
that was the one detail I used to justify putting it here.
Yeah. I
It
get that.
was
I
it was
get
like,
it.
okay, nobody dies, so I'll have to put it lower than these others.
Yeah.
So that's how I determined it. If he dies in the beginning, this is probably a couple spots higher at least.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right, I'll get to
All
it. I want to start saying
right, what do you got for number 6?
Jennifer loves a voice modulator too.
Nice.
I just broke you. No, I didn't break you. Um, for number 6, I wanted to put this one higher, but I couldn't. But I really wanted to. It's the Halloween episode. I love the jail. I love it. I think it's brilliant. I like how you see Kieran go to court and get sentenced. What was it, like 8 life sentences or something?
Yeah.
Something like that. And then he goes to jail and gets put in for people who don't know, he gets put in a lockbox. But apparently, Ghostface broke in and bye Kieran. So that's why I really love that opening. I think it's so badass.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, you don't only have Kieran, you have the guard as well. Or is it 2 guards?
No, it's one guard that has a very gruesome neck break.
Yes.
It's like I said, I have a lot to say about this one, so I'm going to talk about it when I get to it.
I love this opening. I think it's absolutely
I
fantastic.
I get it. Trust me.
Because for me, it's not gonna reflect in the actual ranking of the movies compared to the everything else. But I love the Halloween episode. I think it's fucking fantastic.
It's very rewatchable for me.
Yes, me too. So that's my number 6. What's your number 6, Joe?
My number 6 is Halloween Resurrection, which is Halloween. Scream Resurrection, which is actually season 3. Because what I was going to say
Not too far.
What I was going to say is it's funny how Scream Resurrection, Scream season 3 is called Scream Resurrection, and it kind of has some stuff in common with Halloween Resurrection. With it kind of tries to.
It does.
You know what I mean? It tries to appeal to a certain crowd.
Yes, it does.
And it's interesting
and
that
it's both are hated, universally hated.
Yeah, so Scream Resurrection is at number 6 for me, the opening. Now, with that being said, I love the opening. When I first watched season 3 of Scream. Now, for those of you who don't know, season 3 was done on VH1, whereas the first 2 seasons and the Halloween special were on MTV.
Yeah,
VH1 picked it up and completely did a whole different storyline. So they brought back the Ghostface mask. They brought back Roger L. Jackson to do the voice.
Yeah.
And you would think, oh, wow, that means it must be awesome, huh? It just does not feel like Scream. But we'll get to that when we talk
Some
about
parts
that.
of it do. A lot of it doesn't, though. Some parts of it do.
But with that being said, when I first watched it, the opening, I was like, okay, this is awesome because it starts on Halloween,
Yeah,
like Scream 6. It starts on Halloween. You have this kid running around in a Ghostface mask trick or treating. You have all these jack o' lanterns on the street. I love it. And then all of a sudden, you see Tony Todd's in it. Tony
yeah.
Todd plays a character named Hookman,
I was
and
all in at that point.
he's in a junk. He works in a junkyard, and he's the scary guy that the kids try to avoid. And it's this really really cool opening. And unfortunately, then it cuts to the future,
Yeah,
and the whole show just changes. But again, we'll
we'll
get to
get to
that.
that.
As for the
We'll get to that.
as for the opening, though, the opening is great.
It is.
Just don't watch the opening and think, oh my god, this is going to be amazing. Don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
Just be
Well, I
prepared.
mean, it's still a good series, and is it 8 episodes or 6? I
It's
can't
only
remember.
six of season.
6 episodes. It's it's worth watching.
They're all worth watching.
Yes.
But I'm saying
Yeah.
the opening doesn't really is not a good example of what the season becomes.
You got that right. You got that
You know?
right. All right.
What do you
Number
got?
5.
Well, number 5, yeah.
Number 5 was only 2 up from yours, and that is season 2.
Okay.
I love the movie theater setting. I absolutely love it. I like the fact that it starts out like a lot of slasher movies do, where even though this is a television show, it starts out with a prank that goes wrong.
Yeah.
And I also like that Audrey gets behind the knife a little bit.
Yeah.
And that was important to me, being that she is one of the killers.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, she's one of the killers.
Listen, she puts the mask on. She makes a
Yes.
phone call. She stabs. She shoots. She does. She's she
Yep.
is.
So, I mean, I really like this opening. Like you said, an homage to Scream 2, the original. And there you have once again, the masterminds with Scream 2, Season 2, and Scream 6.
Yep.
Yeah. So mine is Season 2 at number 5.
Okay.
I want to go to that movie theater. I really do.
Hell yeah.
Oh, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the beginning of Night of the Comet.
Yeah, definitely. I can see that.
Yeah. So, all right. What's your number 5, Joe?
My number 5 is the Halloween special.
Nice.
So, yeah, I
It's
love
so
the Halloween
good.
special. I really do. It's something I actually rewatch quite a bit.
It's so good.
The Halloween special is basically a feature length special that they did after season 2 completed.
Yeah.
It wraps things up, even though there are people who don't think that it does because
Does.
because they're not paying attention. It absolutely does wrap things up for
Yep.
the viewer. Maybe not for the characters, but for the viewers, it does. We get the answers, not all the
Yeah.
characters do.
It's so satisfying. It really is.
So, as you said, you get the opening with Kieran Wilcox. He gets his life sentences. He receives a call from another killer, and knows that they say it's a call from his lawyer, and he gets a call from the killer. He knows that he's basically not alone, and we see the other Ghostface come through the vents, literally kill a guard, snapping his neck, like twisting it all around, and then proceeds to help Karen escape.
Yep.
So then when you're watching, you're thinking, this son of a bitch is going to get away again.
Yep.
And then he slits his throat in glorious fashion. And then we cut to like the rest of the episode, which is something very different. So it's a really cool way to open it, and it ties up like a loose end of season 2. And then it starts something that's going to be finished by the end of the Halloween special.
Yes. Yeah. It ties up everything.
Yep.
I don't understand how people don't see that. I just don't get it. But I mean, it's so blatant at the very end It's like, duh,
Are people just that stupid? Because like, what else do they think that means?
I don't know, but yeah. All right. Number 4,
Yep.
season 3. One of the best things about, and Joe already kind of mentioned all this, but I'll go through it again.
Okay.
One of the best things about season 3 is the opening, because it's very heavily Halloween inspired.
Mm-hmm.
Pumpkins, jack-o'-lanterns, people in costumes, and a lot of it's kids, which is kind of cool because you get that kind of nostalgic sort of feeling in it. And it sets up kind of like, oh, don't go in there, you'll end up getting hurt. And they end up going into this junkyard finally to meet the Hook, who happens to be Tony Todd, which is awesome. And then womp womp.
Yep.
Then the rest of the season happened. Like, what the heck? Such a good opening, though. God, that's my number 3. And how about the irony of him being the Hook? I remember laughing out loud when
That's your number 4, right?
Yeah, number 4. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But just I laughed so hard when he had the Hook. And I was like, oh shit, Candyman. So
Yep.
But yeah, what's your number 4, Joe?
My number 4 is Scream 2. So
No,
got another movie theater kill. So you want to know my minuscule reason for putting it at 4?
let me guess. Jada Pinkett Smith.
She annoys the hell out of me.
Me too.
I mean, in real life and in her character. I mean, her character was just very like, okay, we get it. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
like we get it.
Fuck rag.
It's called tactics. I really love the setting. Obviously, I wish, going to see a Scream movie really entailed that they'd hand out masks and the glow in the dark knives and stuff. Really
you
cool.
and I wanted all the good stuff from the theaters.
Hell yeah, it's so badass. I do love the bathroom scene, but unfortunately, Scary Movie has ruined that for me with the dick coming through the thing. So it's like how it's like I know what you did last summer. You know what I mean? With the I know scene. Like it's always going to like Scary Movie definitely brings it down for me a little bit because of that. It's hard to take it as seriously. But I do love it. There's something about him walking in the bathroom and seeing the two ghost faces pissing in the urinals. It's funny. They just kind of look over at him. It's pretty funny. Great opening. It really is. But Jada Pinkett Smith is over the top in real life. She's over the top in her performance. She's over the top in her character. And I needed to find a reason to put it somewhere. So I'm putting it here at number 4.
So I'm going to piggyback off of you. And my number 3 is Scream 2.
Okay.
The reason why it moved up a notch for me rather than down a notch where you had it is I love the movie theater. I love the fact that they're going to see a scary movie. Of course, you and I talked about going there and getting all the paraphernalia and the big posters and the stand-ups and everything. It's just so cool. I wanted all that stuff. I know you did too. And of course, in the bathroom with the ghost faces pissing. But what puts it up for me, and you're going to know exactly what it is, Joe, is a Prince song in the very beginning.
Yep, the song.
D'Angelo does She's Always in My Hair. Always in My Hair. She's Always in My Hair was a Prince song. Still is. And it was a B-side to, I want to say Let's Go Crazy, but I think I'm wrong. But anyway. But I like the fact that he covered a Prince song in the beginning of Scream 2.
Yeah, me too.
So that's why it's at number 3 for me. But it's so cool.
Okay.
And when he gets stabbed, there's something. I mean, I know it's ruined for you with the.
No, it is. It's a gruesome.
Through.
Yeah, it's bad.
But you can almost feel it. Anytime somebody gets stabbed through the mouth, it's like, oh man. I'd almost rather get stabbed almost anywhere else than in the mouth.
Yep.
And that's just,
It's like that Ethan stabbing in
Scene
6. Oof, brutal.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. That's even worse because that's down your throat, and she took the knife and she twisted it.
Exactly. She gave him a tonsillectomy.
Dug out his stones, didn't she? Whew. But anyway, that's why I have Scream 2 at number 3
for openings. Yep.
Mostly just because of the Prince. I love that opening, and that Scream is a hard act to follow. The original Scream was almost impossible to follow, and I think they did a damn good job.
Absolutely.
So yeah. What's your number 3, Joe?
My number 3 opening is Scream 3.
Nice.
So
100% cotton.
for me, and it's, there's something about the opening with that Hollywood sign that just that's it. That's what I'm in.
Yeah.
Like the first thing you see, it's like the HOLLY. And it's
Yeah.
like it zooms out and you see the Hollywood sign, and it's like, huh. It's like it's taking us out of Woodsboro, it's taking us out of the college campus, and now we're actually in Hollywood. And seeing it for the first time, it's like, wow, this is going to be like stab heavy movie. And I don't mean stabbing, I mean like the Stab movie franchise, because they're
Right.
doing it in Hollywood. Like this is going to be cool. So already I was hooked.
Yeah.
And then I like the fact that it was Liv Schreiber's idea to kill off Cotton in the opening.
Yeah.
He said, why don't we kill off an established character right away? Because the same way, like with Drew Barrymore getting killed off in the original Scream, you already know nobody's safe
Shock.
after that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, if they killed Cotton right away, anybody can die. Hey, Brad. So
What's up, Brad?
that's, I love that Scream 3 opening. It's also the closest we get in the Scream movies to nudity. We get some buns through the through the glass, but that's it. I mean, as a slasher franchise, obviously Scream's never had the gratuitous nudity like other slasher franchises.
Yeah.
But just I'm just throwing that out there.
Why do you think that is, though? I mean, out of curiosity, why do you think he decided not to put nudity in the? Because it was too. I mean, you would figure the whole movie's meta. You know what I mean? So
I think
slasher movies have gratuitous nudity. He would have put it in there, but
I think it's because it does what Radio Silence does well in these two new Scream movies, in that it's your expectations and then reverses them. Like in the original Scream, there's a scene when you think, when even like the PG-13 relationship thing, it's like a perfect opportunity for gratuitous nudity. But do you see them? No. You only see, you only see her back.
Yeah.
So it's like even the sex scene with Sydney and Billy, like you see her, taking off her clothes, and just as it would come into view, the camera pans, so you're only seeing like Billy in the way.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where, at least a Nightmare on Elm Street has side nipple in the bathtub, Brad.
Well, didn't Wes Craven direct number 3?
You get number 3? He didn't direct it, but he was.
Oh, that's right. He came back in A New Nightmare. That's right.
He was a producer though on it. Yeah, you get some Linnea Quigley nudity in some of the sequels. One of the sequels, but anyway, yeah. So for Scream, I think it's one of those things where they're kind of just, they know your expectation is to see some nudity, and you don't get it. We get a lot of Tatum wearing too tight shirts in cold temperatures.
Yeah.
So I mean, you get some kind of action in that regards, but
yeah.
And they pretty much all have good looking casts when it comes to the females.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, even the TV seasons as well. I mean, my Brooke, I love my Brooke.
She's something.
But yeah, Scream. So anyway, Scream 3 is my number 3 favorite opening. What do you got for number 2? I know what it is, but what do you got?
Number 2, I have Scream 6.
All right, so I have the same one, obviously.
Yeah. Nice. And I'm assuming we have the same number 1.
Well, we have to.
I would imagine. Yeah. Scream 6 is just over the top brutal. And to be honest with you, the first time I saw it, I liked it, but I wasn't as impressed as seeing it over and over again this week.
I was just going to say to you, like, I know you said that before we watched it the other night, because you had only seen it once at that point in the theater.
Yeah.
And you talked about how it was kind of meh for you, like the beginning, it didn't really affect you that
much.
No,
it's good.
And then I mean, for me, I mean, I knew the first time I watched the movie, I knew this would be my second favorite opening in the franchise.
Really?
Because for me, nothing beats the original. The original opening is literally maybe my favorite opening in horror.
I agree.
Period.
I agree.
I just like the original opening of Scream. I will never forget seeing it in theaters opening night and the effect that it had on me.
Yeah.
Seeing Drew Barrymore butchered like that, and just like
hanging by her entrails.
And it starts out so intense that you're thinking, oh my God, no one's safe. Is this going to be what the movie is like the whole way through? Like, is it going to be this intense? But anyway, before we get to Scream 6.
Yeah.
So when I saw it,
So brutal.
I was like, wow, this is the one that comes closest to me to, to matching the original, because
Yeah.
you have a character that is so awkward and shy and pretty, like, with with Laura's character in the beginning, so, Samara Weaving. I love how she's like on that awkward first date, and you can just tell how nervous she is, and
She plays that really well.
and it's like you already don't know her well as a character, but
Right.
you already feel for her. You kind of like, oh, it's poor thing. She's on a date, and it's like this cute little thing, and she's waiting for this blind date, and and I can't stand the people who are like, oh, she's so stupid going down an alley. Like
It's a
like
build up.
she thought he was in
Exactly.
danger, and like she was
Exactly.
trying to help.
Right.
Like it just shows you that people are shitty and they wouldn't help others. Like, I don't know, like she wasn't thinking about herself in that moment. She was thinking that somebody was hurting him, and she was
Yeah.
running to help. If
Yeah.
anything, that makes me like her even more.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make me think that she's stupid. It makes me
Right.
think that she's a good person, and it makes me think that she really didn't deserve to die the way that she did, because it is fucking brutal.
Yeah, it is.
Like, it is like really, really brutal.
Well, like you said, it kind of felt like an animal after a while, and by the end, when he kept sticking it in her, she just was like meat.
Exactly. And then
So,
also, obviously, the big thing, and we can both touch upon this, is it's the first time we have a Ghostface reveal in the opening scene. So now
yes.
the opening kill is done by a Ghostface, who is then revealed to us right there. So the first time I watched it, I'm thinking, oh my God, they're going to have us follow Ghostface through this entire movie while we know who it is, but nobody else does. How is
Right.
this going to work? This is going to be awesome.
And he talks to
Only
Tara on the way.
and then as he's walking, then we know that he's friends with Tara, that he knows Tara and Sam, and it's like, oh my God, is he going to be part of the friends group in this one?
And then they reveal more about how they're trying to finish Richie's movie.
Exactly. So then
And it's like, what the fuck?
then he gets home and you find out he has a partner, Greg. And they have it planned to finish Richie's movie, to kill Tara and Sam. And it's like, oh my God, now we know that we have two definite ghost faces, and we know who both of them are. So, because there were posters, and you can see the characters beforehand. So if people were paying attention to the marketing and stuff, they already know who Jason and Greg were. So
Yeah.
now, right off the bat, we know Jason and Greg are the ghost face. So it's like,
Right.
oh my God. Only to have Jason receive a phone call, and it's like, oh my God, what the hell is happening now? And also, he has some really cool horror posters, and he's wearing a Giallo shirt
Yeah.
and stuff. I love all of that. I love that his name is Jason, and he's watching Jason Takes
Friday
Manhattan.
the 13th, part 8. Yep.
In Manhattan, because
Yep.
Scream 6 is in New York. So all these nice little
Exactly.
homages. But
What about the hot and cold game? I think that's fun too.
and he's playing
That's
the hot and cold
little,
game with
yeah, a
Ghostface
little different.
on the film. I
All right,
also want
what's
to
the
go
best
back.
line, Joe? What's the best line?
Well, hold on, because I'm getting to that, because I also want to go back to Jason's line when he's on the phone with Laura, and he keeps saying, I don't see anything red. I don't see anything red, because the sign is red of the restaurant. And then
Yeah.
I love when he kills her and he goes, now I see something red. Like, badass line. So already I'm like, damn, that's a cool line. But
Yeah.
then we get an even better one.
Yeah.
And that is when Jason is getting murdered by now one of the actual other ghost faces in the movies, which I won't spoil just yet because we'll get to it. And this ghost face, literally, as he's killing him, Jason is getting stabbed to death, laying there up against the refrigerator, which has Greg's, decapitated, mutilated body inside.
Yep.
And so now this ghost face is a badass, because he just chopped up Greg and now he's killing Jason. And Jason looks up at him and says, but we have to finish the movie. And what does Ghostface say? Who gives a fuck about movies? And kills him. It's just so awesome. And then the Scream title pops up. It's like, damn, that is amazing. Love it.
It's badass. It really is. And I think you're right, though. I think it is the closest we get to the opening of part 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is our number 1.
Absolutely.
A lot of people commented on my story that I told during the Bravo thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll never forget that. They bought me the tape, and we sat down to watch it, and she made me turn it off because she was too scared after.
Yeah, I remember.
I had never seen anyone react like that. I've seen people cover their eyes. You know, my wife, when we're watching scary movies, has dug her nails into my arm a few times, or somebody like shies away from it, kicks their feet, whatever, or jumps.
Yeah, yeah.
I've never seen anyone get so hysterical and say, "Turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off!"
Well, that's
And
why
I'm
I'll
like,
never
"What the
forget
fuck?"
my experience because I saw it in theaters. It was opening
Mhm.
night. I was there with a friend of mine. And then, we were seeing it. I think we were sitting like the front row. We were all excited for it and stuff, and
Yeah,
and we were watching that opening, and people in the theater were literally like shook over it, like, oh my
yeah.
god, like you could hear the gasps in the crowd
It's
when
such a good opening.
I
God,
mean, between the reveal of the mask, Steve's insides,
yeah.
ending up on the
And the
outside,
trivia.
the trivia,
Oh
all of
my
that.
god, it's like a wet dream for us horror fans.
I mean, people were so into it,
Yeah.
so into it. I will just,
I had never seen anybody react like that, and I thought she was just full of shit at first. But she does not like scary movies, and her fiance at the time, which ended up being her husband,
Mhm.
I could see the look on his face. He was so embarrassed
Really,
because they bought me the movie for my birthday, the videotape, and we went to put it in. This is when we lived at the place before we lived here,
hmm
and put it in. We're all into it, and it was like it was amping up for her. I can see she's like, "Oh no, 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 no!" She was like yelling out and everything like that.
wow.
Then I had to turn the fucking thing off, and I'm like, ah. So as soon as they left, don't think that I didn't pop that motherfucker right back in and start it over.
But it just shows you how impactful that scene
It
is. I mean,
is.
it
It
really
is.
is. I
Yeah.
mean, I get it because it truly is an intense scene.
Yeah. The only other movie we went to see with them was American Pie. And her husband and I, because her husband's he's a really nice dude.
hmm
I don't see him too much anymore, but they live not too far from me. But he and I fucking rolled the whole time.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The whole time. I mean, I think we were getting on people's nerves. We were in the theater was so packed. We were in the very back. Man, I rolled. It was so funny. But anyway,
All right, so that our number one opening is obviously the original Scream. I don't think there's going to be a lot of argument about us doing that. I don't think that's
yeah.
such an iconic opening. We
I mean,
actually
there's been
just
so many great ones since the original came out, but when we're doing this ranking and we're talking and or you're thinking to yourself, what am I going to put here? What am I going to put there? You have to go back and feel what it did to you the first time you watched it.
hmm
And I think for the first Scream, it's just. I mean, it's one of the best. It's one of the best ever.
It's also worth mentioning we just covered it yesterday as part of Bravo's Scariest Movie Moment Challenge.
Yep.
I mean, that's what they had, so I mean, it makes sense for it to be as part of that list.
I appreciated what Monty said. Monty said that he liked got a couple people who commented on our Bravo thing. He said his scariest scene was when the cameraman gets killed when they're at the party. And
Yeah,
I can
Kenny.
see that. I can see
Yeah.
that. He's really quick. Like you said, he's really quick. And I remember
Yeah.
watching it the first time and I jumped.
When he says the 30-second delay and he turns around and then Stu is
Yep.
right there.
Yep.
I mean, there's, you know what I mean? There's no getting away. Like Kenny didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
Stu is just right there.
Yep.
So,
And what was the other one? The other one was the first time the one that you said, I can't remember who said this line, but when she after she got chased by him the first time and she goes to lay down on the couch
oh God, that
and
creeps me out.
Stu's in the closet the whole
That
time.
still creeps me the fuck out because he's in
My
the
God,
closet. He's in the closet for hours.
she
It's
could have been done. That
it's
would have
the
been it.
it's the thought of imagine like you fall asleep in your like she walks by, she hears the creak on the floor.
Yep.
And then she falls asleep for a couple hours, wakes up, and now it's dark out. And he's in the closet that entire time. I always make jokes like he's in there playing like Sudoku or something like that. But it's like he brought
I
like a
actually
game.
think he was amping himself up. To
But
be
like
honest,
it just shows you for the people who and I love Stu too as like a character, but for the people who like love him because he's goofy and funny and stuff like that, that shows you how fucking scary he is because he
he's fucked up.
waits. He
Yep,
just waits. Like the patience he has, it's
it's
just
incredible.
it's absolutely insane. And that scene creeps me out because again, it's going to sleep in your own house alone, thinking you're alone, while somebody is just hanging out in a closet waiting for you. It's messed
I
up.
like Urban Legend. So does Joe.
Hell yeah.
I still don't think you've seen the third one yet, though.
I haven't. We need to watch it.
Yeah.
Um.
All right.
All right. Next, we're gonna
Yes.
do. Next, we're gonna do cast. These we'll get through a little bit faster.
Yeah.
So we'll spend more
Openings
time
are
on.
important.
Yeah.
The opening was really important.
But I want to definitely spend time when we get to the ghost faces.
Yeah.
So.
And also the franchise as a whole.
All right. So cast. What is your least favorite cast? I know what it is, but go ahead.
Season 3.
Absolutely. So Scream Resurrection. Same for me. To make this as fast as possible, I fucking love Beth.
Yeah.
I know I know she's your favorite character too in season 3.
Yep.
If you take Beth out of season 3, it,
Yeah.
it really really hurts.
The thing that hurts season 3, just get it out there and get it done, is the fact that they go political in the very beginning with the anti-Trump stuff. Whether you like Trump or not doesn't matter. It's just, that's not the place to do that. And they also are very anti-white in season 3. And I don't think that that's fair. So
actively so. So before
yes.
anybody who hasn't seen it says why, because they use the more diverse cast. No, it's because they literally point out white people as like the bad people.
Yes,
and they literally make them the bad people
constantly,
mm-hmm.
constantly, and it gets real old real quick.
I mean, even the scene at the gas station, like they stereotype the Southern guys.
Yep,
it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. I remember seeing it when I saw season 3. I was so happy that they used the original mask, but it's just, I like the other cast. I like the diverse cast. I really do.
Yeah.
But when they start the whole anti-white thing, then it just kind of it loses it for me. So, but yeah.
All right. What do you got next?
Number 9 is Scream 6.
Okay.
Because it had to go somewhere.
You're an asshole. It's the core fucking 4.
It's core fucking 4. Here's what I have to choose from. I have to choose from the main cast that's in Scream 2, 3, and 4. Mm-hmm. I have to choose between the cast in the TV shows, all but season 3, which I absolutely love. And then I have 5 and 6, which the reason why 6 is where it is because I'm still getting used to Tara and Sam and Chad and Mindy, even though I know all their names. I mean, I should. We've been watching it so many times. But, I'm still getting used to them, so they're not as endearing to me.
I'm actually surprised you have 6 here and not above 5, because at least 6 has Kirby.
Yeah, 6 has Kirby, but 5 has Chad's girlfriend.
Okay, we'll get to it.
So, enough said. But anyway, what's your number 9?
All right, so I gotta say this was a tough category for me.
Really tough.
My number 9 is Scream 3, and for those of you,
I can actually see that.
I mean, I've been a huge promoter of Scream 3 since forever.
And I am.
I love Scream 3 so much. So the fact that I have it at number 9 for cast says something, I guess. All right, so obviously you have like the main 3, with Sydney, Dewey, and Gail. Love them, obviously. I love the fact that we get a cameo from Randy in the video.
Yeah,
really cool. I like the fact that we get Randy's sister for the first time in that. Really cool. I love all the cameos. You got like Lance Henriksen, you got Roger Corman.
You know what? I'm going to go through them because you don't have to do that because I wrote everything down.
Okay.
Every single fucking thing I wrote down. We have Kelly Rutherford, Patrick Dempsey, Roger Corman, Lance Henriksen, Jenny McCarthy, Parker Posey, Kevin Smith, Jason Mewes, Carrie Fisher, Wes Craven, Matthew Lillard, and Scott Foley. That's a fucking cast right there. And that's Foley, not including Cotton or the rest of the main characters in the film.
Hey, Sean. Sean 420.
Oh, okay.
I realized it when I said it. For me, Scott Foley steals the show in Scream 3.
Yes. And the reason why I said him last is because I don't think he's quite as big of a star as a lot of the other people in there, or at least he wasn't at the time.
Well, I think it was interesting because you got to realize when Nev Campbell was cast in Scream, she was popular for Party of Five.
Yes.
Scott Foley was popular because of Felicity.
Right.
And he was also in Scrubs.
Right.
And
I remember him in that.
And he was also in Dawson's Creek, which we
Right.
obviously see in Scream 5 when she's watching it in the hospital. So I love that he's included in it because it makes sense for it to go that way.
It does. And the fact that he's Roman is just freaking awesome.
Absolutely love him. I mean, again, anybody who knows me knows I am I'm pro Roman. I fucking love him. He's one of the greatest Ghostface for me.
Me too.
Love his reveal. Love everything about his character.
Yep.
But even despite all of those cameos, all of those great people in this cast, I have to put it at number 9.
Because it's got to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Number 8.
Number 8, what do you got?
Number 8 is Scream 5. Because of the same reason as Part 6. And I probably should have thought of this a little bit more. The cast was really difficult for me, even though I wrote down everything.
Yeah.
You do have Kirby in Part 6, but you have Chad's girlfriend in Part 5, and I think she's an absolute cutie. But you have Amber. Amber, to me, is extremely important.
You know what I'm going to say when I get to my Part 5.
Right. Amber is extremely important, and yeah. That, like I said, this was a tough cast for me to do. Part 5 has
Sonia Amar, by the way, is Chaz's girlfriend Liv that you're talking about.
Okay.
Sonia Amar.
Jenna Ortega, Dylan Oh no, that's Part 6. Never mind.
No, that's 5. Dylan Minnette. That's 5.
Dylan McDermott.
Dylan Minnette. Yeah, he's from Don't Breathe.
Yeah, Skeet Ehrlich, Kyle Gallner.
Yep.
Heather, I can't even read. Mentraza, Adrian Brody, Drew Barrymore, and Drew Barrymore plays a voice. Of course, you have an appearance by Jamie Kennedy. Matthew Lillard, of course, is in it. And Henry Winkler does a voice in Scream 5.
Then obviously you got Marley Shelton, who returns as Judy Hicks.
Right. I forgot about her. But I wrote down all this shit because I was really, I wanted to make sure that I was able to.
Yeah, that's right, Bones. Yep.
What's that?
Wes, he's in 13 Reasons Why, too.
Yeah. He's actually a pretty famous guy. Not for having a lead part.
He's also in Prisoners. He's the brother in Prisoners.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's why Scream 5 is at 8 because it hasn't quite. I'm not quite as attached to that cast, although it's getting there pretty quick as I am to, say, Sydney or Dewey or Dale.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say that's going to change for you eventually.
It will. I know it will.
Yeah, and again, when I get to it, I'll talk about it more.
It already has since I did my rank. I did my ranking before we watched it 3 times.
Yeah.
So I just have to. I have to put it in perspective and say, look. This is where it is right now. I can't justify it going above the seasons, except for season 3. And I can't justify it as much as the original movies. It's just kind of how it is for me. All right. But that's Scream 5. What's your number 8?
My number 8 is Scream 2. So,
interesting.
For the same reason, I had Scream 2 and Scream 3 next to each other no matter what, because I feel like they're both filled with cameos and really recognizable faces.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Sarah Michelle Gellar, Timothy Olyphant, Jerry O'Connell, Omar Epps, Jackie from Roseanne. I just put Jackie from Roseanne. Heather Graham, Joshua Jackson, Rebecca Gayard, Dwayne Martin, Tori Spelling, Luke Wilson, David Warner, Portia de Rossi,
yep,
and Matthew Lillard again.
Yep. like I said, I mean, for me, I loved the fact that Joshua Jackson was in it because, again, I'm a big Dawson's Creek fan. It was cool
Laurie
seeing him.
Metcalf, by the way.
Yep. So Joshua Jackson is cool in there. I loved seeing Sarah Michelle Gellar in there.
Yeah.
It's awesome seeing Jackie as a Ghostface. I mean,
Yeah.
who,
Yeah.
who would have thought, Jackie from Roseanne would play
Very
Ghostface?
against type. Very against type.
It was cool. I liked seeing Jerry O'Connell. I really liked him in that role. I thought
I did
I
too.
liked him as Derek. He was really likable.
Yeah.
Um, Also, we this is the one where we really get the most of Cotton, obviously, because he's only
Right.
in a small part of one, and then only in the beginning of three. So
Yeah.
it's very Cotton heavy, which I like because I like Cotton's character. You
I do
know,
too.
whether you think he's an asshole at the beginning or not, he's just an entertaining character to watch.
Yeah.
So I really do like him. But at the end of the day, again, I just had to look at which casts do I like the most, which casts do I prefer, and as much as three and then even two has these great cast members, a lot of them are only used in a limited way.
Yeah.
So, Rebecca Gayheart and Portia de Rossi, they're these two sorority sisters who just kind of come in and out of scenes. They don't really
Yeah.
have
They're
like
kind of throwaway
they don't have
characters
a significant role. David Warner, we see him in one scene with
with
Sydney.
Sydney. Yeah.
I mean Joshua Jackson, we see him in one scene in the classroom. So,
Yep.
you know, I love seeing these characters. I mean, even Sarah Michelle Gellar. I mean, her death is cool, but
Yeah.
she's in two scenes. She's in the classroom scene, and then she's in the scene when she dies.
Yeah.
So
You do get a little bit more of her because there's like the fake out and then the other fake out and then she finally gets it. But
yeah, but I mean, it's really just two scenes. She's in the classroom, and then her scene leading up to her death. It's like
yeah.
it's not like she's a real character other than that, and that's fine. But again, I had to look for these minute details.
Yeah.
To put these things where they are. So, all right, what do you got next for number 7?
Number 7 is going to be the Halloween special.
Okay.
I absolutely love the cast of season 1, season 2, and the Halloween special. The reason why this is at the bottom of the barrel is because I don't like some of the characters in this. Like I don't particularly care for Audrey's love interest. She kind of gets on my nerves a little bit.
She's probably like my least favorite character in the whole thing.
Yeah. And I also don't like the guy who's taking him over there
Jeremy?
because of the whole what's that?
Jeremy, I think his name is.
Yeah. He's taking him over there because he's their agent and
Yeah.
he wants them to go over to the island in order to Anna Hobbs and all that kind of stuff. Hobbs, yeah. Anna Hobbs.
Yeah.
But
Everybody else is good though.
we do lose some of the original characters
Obviously, yeah.
little by little. I mean, we lose Kieran, not one of my favorites, but I do like him.
Oh, I think he's great. He's awesome.
Yeah. So that's why it's kind of like the number 7 for me.
All right.
What's your number 7?
My number 7 is Scream 4.
Okay.
Probably could have, I could have switched these two back and forth, but I went with Scream 4 here. I really like the cast. I'm honestly, as you know, I'm not a huge fan of Jill.
I know.
I'm just not. Like, I mean, I like her when she's batshit crazy at the end, but prior to that, like, I'm not. I couldn't really care less about Jill as a character.
Yeah.
I like that. You get Adam Brody as a cop in this one, and Anthony Anderson as the cops. Obviously you get Kirby. You get, I'm a big fan of Charlie. I know a lot of people aren't, which I
am too.
I don't get.
Charlie's a badass for a little dude.
Charlie is the most ghost face besides Roman.
Yeah.
Like, and maybe one other, which I'll mention after. But
yeah.
he's very, he's all over the place, and I appreciate all the work he puts in.
Brutal.
So yeah, I mean, I like the characters a lot. I like Rebecca as well, Sydney's agent, Allison Brie. She's kind of just a fun, entertaining character to include. Doesn't have a huge role, but she has a cool death. So yeah, I mean, Olivia, she's really nice to look at.
Oh, good Lord. I didn't even put her on here. I mean, the cast is this big, the whole paragraph.
Yeah.
You have Lucy Hale, Anna Paquin, Kristen Bell.
Oh, exactly. The beginning, too.
Brett Robertson, Allison Brie, Hayden Panettiere, Emma Roberts, Rory Culkin, Anthony Anderson, another one I like. Adam Brody, rather. Heather Graham, Wes Craven, and Mary McDonnell. You know what?
Joe Davola. Crazy Joe Davola. What?
Stu's not in this one.
What is this,
This might
4?
be the only one the Stu's not
Yeah,
in
there's
some way, shape, or form.
no Matthew Lillard at all in Scream 4.
What the fuck?
Scream 4 is also the only movie to not feature Red Right Hand.
Red right hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That kind
All
of
right.
sucks.
So Scream 4 for cast is there. What do you got for number 6?
Season 2.
Okay.
And the reason why these went in order is because you lose a little bit more every time.
I figured. Makes
You
sense.
know, cast members that you actually kind of like end up being cannon fodder, and that's just kind of how it works. But you still have your regular characters. You have your Noah, your Audrey, your Emma, Kieran. In season 2, you have help me out here, Joe.
You got
Brooke.
you
I fucking forgot Brooke. How can I forget Brooke?
Yeah, I was gonna say you get new characters too.
I know. Yeah. The artist,
Stavo.
Stavos. Yeah, that's him. And Kieran's cousin.
Yep.
Can't remember his name.
Eli
and his mom. So season 2's got a really good cast, but you lose a little bit along the way. So that's kind of why it's at number 6 for me. What do you got for number 6, Joe?
Number 6, I have the Halloween special.
Nice.
So basically, for the same reasons you said, by that point we lost some of the cast. So I gotta say, Kieran. I mean, I love the Halloween special, and I love the opening with Kieran's death. But I do feel like Kieran was such an important character in those first 2 seasons that there is a little bit of something missing with him not in the episode.
Really?
I do. I really, really do actually.
I don't know, man.
Because you lose the. I feel like Kieran in the first 2 seasons is always like the red herring, like is he or isn't he? So once he's officially gone in the Halloween special, it's almost a little obvious of who it is, because you don't have that Kieran anymore to kind of take some of that slack of like, well, it still could be Kieran. And
Piper's gone.
Yeah, there's just something missing with Kieran. But again, I love I'm not criticizing the Halloween special because I love it. I'm saying cast wise,
I know you do.
I'm not a huge fan of Audrey's new girlfriend. She's annoying. Like, why bother fucking coming if you're gonna bitch and moan? And then I mean, these characters.
Some of them are throwaway.
Exactly. They're just throwaways.
Because you needed to have a body count in this one,
and this one has a good body count. Actually,
it does.
it has a really good body count.
But you don't want to lose any of the characters that you've grown to love so much.
Yep.
Although you said it, because it's been a long time since I've seen it. About was that season 2 or the Halloween special where you said that Noah was gone? I was like, motherfucker, but he didn't die. So
yeah,
you got me on that one though.
Season 2,
you caught me looking.
Yeah.
But
all right, so what do you got for number 5?
Season 1.
Okay, so I have season 1 here too.
Do you really?
I do.
Wow. Look, I love the original cast. I think that the first season, even though there is some padding in it because you're getting to know the characters, there's a lot of character development. I love the cast of the first season. I just think it's brilliant. Of course, you have Noah, you have Audrey, you have Brooke, all your core characters that stay through until after the Halloween special, for the most part.
Well, you established the Lakewood 6. Put it this way.
Yes, the Lakewood 6, Core 4, the Springwood 6. Yeah.
Yep.
Or Springwood 4, or was it the Springwood 6? I can't remember. But anyway, but yeah, it's such a likable cast, and for a television show, I think it's written extremely well. Like you said, the pilot episode was written by Kevin Williamson, and it's just done extremely well. You grow to really, well, I do, and I know you do as well. You grow to really like these characters, and you don't want any of them to die.
All right, Sean.
Here, Sean. Feed the fish. So yeah, but that's season 1 at number 5, and yours is season 1 as well.
For the same reason. I love seeing these characters get established because I love this cast.
They're so good.
I absolutely love Brooke. I mean, you know that.
Oh yeah, me too. Hell yeah. That's why we watched the burning,
The Blazing World.
the Blazing World. Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
why we watched it. Well, you had watched it before I did, but you made me a copy, and I mean, yes, she's absolutely a knockout. She's
Mm-hmm.
gorgeous, but she's also quite talented and quite smart.
Yes, she is.
Yeah,
Well,
very very
I
talented.
love Emma as a final girl too. I feel like she's a great girl next door kind of final girl.
Yeah, underrated.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely underrated.
Yep.
So
All right, what do you got for number 4?
number 4, I have Scream 3. Um, I'm not going to go over the list again, but at this point, I was dealing with my regulars, like you have your Sydney, your Dewey, and your Gale. You still got a. I think this is where you got a. Was Randy in this one?
In 3, he's only in the video.
Yeah, yeah.
He gets
Because
killed in
his
2.
sister was in part 4,
This is in part 3.
part 3. Okay,
She's the one who gives him the video.
right. Okay. So
She's in 5 too, obviously, because she's Mindy and Chad's
right,
mom.
right. Yeah, I was really happy that. Yeah, because she came to the. She's in part 3 because she came to the
The set, the
yeah,
studio. Yeah.
set. All right. Scream 3, it's got a huge list of cameos.
Mm-hmm. Which
And,
makes sense because it's in Hollywood.
right. And Roman,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Roman is awesome. And what really kind of won me over was my deciding factor between this one and my number 3 was Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah.
Or actually my number 4, my number 5. Because season 1 almost went above Scream 3, but Jay and Silent Bob showing up, I was just like, man, them guys are in everything. And I think that's what they say too. Man, these guys are in everything.
Mm.
So yeah, I love Scream 3. It's such a good movie. But you know that. So yeah. What's your number 4?
My number 4 is season 2.
Okay.
So I put this above season 1 because as much as I love the season 1 cast, I do like the addition of Stavo.
Really?
I do. I like Stavo a lot because I like him and Brooke. I like their dynamic. And you don't because you were like, why does he get in there?
Yeah.
He's a great like red herring kind of character. And I just
Actually, he is. Yeah, you're right about that.
I like that. I like the inclusion of Eli just because for the same reason. He's a great red herring kind of character.
Yeah.
I like that they brought back, so many characters from the first season that lived, obviously. We get more of Kevin Duvall in season 2, which is important to me for
Yes.
reasons that I'll explain later.
Obvious reasons,
yeah. Then we get Zoe Vaughn, who Noah finally gets it in. I like that. I feel like she's a significant character because it's ends up being one of my favorite kills in the whole thing. So yeah,
Yes.
I really
Yeah.
like season 2 because it's more of my favorites from season 1 plus new characters that I end up
Really
really
like.
liking as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The
season
one thing
2.
I didn't like about it, I mean, Stavro's okay. I like him. The fact that his dad is the police guy from season 2. I like the police officer from season 1 because I thought he was a little bit better of a red herring.
Colin Robbins from 90210.
Yeah, I like him a lot. It could go either way.
I like though that Stavo's dad grew up with Maggie.
Yes.
And you get some more of the backstory with Brandon James and how he helped Maggie help Brandon James escape. I think that was kind of cool. I like how they do those flashback scenes of them as teenagers.
Yeah, I like that too. I do.
All right, what do you get for number 3?
Number 3 was Scream 4.
Okay.
And I went mostly because of the enormous cast that they have in there.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Anna Paquin. I can't. She's just, yeah. And plus, I really like Charlie. I like Charlie. I like Rory Culkin. Jill to me is a throwaway character. Did she do crazy well? Kind of. But I like Charlie better. Charlie is definitely one of the most underrated, not only Ghostface people,
just characters. Yeah.
just characters in general, because, they all have all the seasons, all the shows have the movie trivia nerd. But Charlie might be my favorite. Well, it's Charlie and Noah. I don't know.
I get it. Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, I like Randy too. So, and Mindy's growing on me, so we'll see. Mindy's growing on me, and Kirby, of course. But
my number,
her and Charlie, Kirby and Charlie bouncing off each other. I thought it's cool. It's
that's
really
awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, I like that too.
Your number 3, Joe?
Number 3 is Scream 6. The
Nice.
Core fucking 4.
Core fucking 4.
So, I really love this new cast. I do. I love the Core 4. I mean, like you just said, Mindy is growing on me. She's my least favorite of the 4, but I do like her. Scream 6. My favorite character in Scream 6 is probably Chad. I just really like Chad in this. I like I like how he is with Tara in this one. Like they're building a relationship. I love his sacrifice scene, even though we know how it ends up. I think that scene is shot so well. Like he's just such a fucking beast in that scene, because it's not even the fact that he's getting stabbed that many times. It's that he's getting stabbed that many times, but he's not even looking at the Ghostface. He's looking at Tara, telling her to run. As he's just getting stabbed like a pincushion. Like he's just taking it, and it's like, damn. Like it's what we were talking about one of the nights we were watching it, because we watched it 3 nights in a row. How I said it. I'm like, this is what Evil Dead Rising to do. You need these strong male characters.
I agree. I completely agree.
And piggybacking off of that, not only do we have Chad, but we also have Danny, who is a character I really like.
Yeah, I like him too.
Which is Sam's new boyfriend. I love that they make him this sort of strong, but like
kick around guy.
Respectful.
Kick him around a lot.
Yeah, but he's understanding.
Yes, like he's not a dick about it.
She keeps pushing him away, and like even when he tells her, he's like, "Don't trust anybody, not your friends, not me, not you know." Like he literally tells her, because he's and then at the end when she tells him, "You're not Woodsboro, you can't be in there." Yeah. And then at first he's like, "But you know me and stuff," and then he's like, "All right." He's like, "All right, I get it." And then he still shows up at the end with the cops. Yep. I think he's a great character. I love when they're on the subway. And the Ghostface is walking towards Sam, and he steps in front of her.
Yep.
Like, and that's he's like this typical good strong male character, which you don't get a lot in horror movies nowadays. You really don't. A lot of you don't get a lot of alpha males anymore. And
and plus when when they're at the apartment and the Ghostface is over top of Quinn before you find out, of course, what's really going on. Yo, motherfucker!
Yeah.
I was like, damn, he's asking for it, isn't he?
But yeah, I love the cast of Scream 6. I even think Jason in his limited screen time does a good job.
Yeah.
I also
thought him a chode.
Samara, like I said, I mentioned Samara Weaving earlier as Laura. I think she's great as the awkward.
She's really pretty.
She really is. She's great in Ready or Not, and she's good in this. So
hell yeah.
Yeah, so Scream 6 is my number 3 for cast. What do you got for number 2?
Number 2 is Scream 2.
Okay.
Like I said, I love the beginning. I absolutely love it. I love all the cameos. I like Mickey. It may not show as much when we get to something further along down the line, but I do like Mickey as a killer. And sadly, we do lose Randy, but we do get more of Randy while we have him.
Yeah.
And Randy is one of my favorite characters in the entire franchise.
Me too.
It's sad that he goes out, but he doesn't go out like a bitch though. Fuck you.
Yeah, his death is super memorable.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it hit hard when I saw it in theaters the first time.
Yeah.
It was like, no. And then especially in Scream 2, when you also think Dewey dies later too.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no way they just killed off Randy and Dewey in the same movie. I was pissed.
Yeah. Because they were in the sound stage.
Yeah.
Or the lighting room. Yeah.
It's a lighting room.
Lighting. I'm not even gonna get into it. I'm not gonna do it.
All right. So that's your number 2. All right. My number 2 is Scream 5.
Really?
It is. Like I said, I love the cast. I love this core 4. But 5 goes above 6 for me because you know the answer. You know why. Why does 5 go above 4 for me? Above 6 for me? Amber fucking Freeman.
Yep.
Amber Freeman. And I mean, obviously we'll cover this when we get to the Ghostface ranking. Amber Freeman to me is literally one of my favorite characters in this franchise. For multiple reasons. and
she's an asshole, but I like her.
she's fucking amazing. Her little smug faces,
Yep.
her attitude, but also the way she's oddly like caring and motherly of Tara before all this goes
Isn't that
down.
weird?
I really like that. She does a great fucking job. I love her coming out of the house when she's pretending she got stabbed, and Sydney and Gail
Yes.
are like, "Is this a trick?" And then and she just goes, "Fuck it," and shoots Gail. Like, and she's. But anyway, I love the Scream 5 cast. I love Wes's character as well. I feel bad for him.
Yeah, I did too.
I feel bad for Sheriff Judy. She's just
Yeah, I wanted to see her again in maybe at least one more.
she rushes home to try to save her son, and she just can't get there.
Yeah.
And it's I like them, and I like the fact that Dewey's in this one, obviously. Um, I think they did a good job establishing those characters. I wish Kyle Gallner had a larger role, because I think
So
he's a
do
good
I.
actor. I know
Hmm.
he's in some of the deleted scenes, but unfortunately those got cut. And
Yeah.
then, like you said, Liv, Chad's girlfriend, Sonia Emma, she's really, really nice to look at.
Yes.
And then you have the Drew Barrymore cameo as the principal. You
Yep.
have,
Henry Winkler.
you have Henry Winkler. You have Matthew Lillard as the Ghostface in Stab 8.
Yeah.
I mean, and honestly, I like Jack Quaid a lot as Richie. He's just a fun character. He
He is.
may be an incompetent Ghostface, but he's a really fun character.
I
I like
still
when
call him bitchy, but still,
I
I
like
do like him. I like him.
I like when he's kicking them out of the party, and they're like, "Oh, someone's dad's kicking us out," and he's like, "Saving your life, saving your life. Yep, come on, get out." He goes up. Thanks for
Yeah.
leaving the cup. Yep.
Yeah. Thanks
Like,
for leaving the cup.
he's a funny character.
Yeah. He is.
So yeah, I love the Scream 5 cast, and there is something about. I know we're not ranking the endings of these movies, but the Scream movies always have like those closing credits
Huh.
where they show the images of the cast and like with the song playing. And I love how they show like the image of the cast over the credits with the actor who played them.
Yeah.
And for some reason, with the song and the cast in Scream 5, it gives me this weird, sad feeling every time I watch those closing credits. I don't know if it's because Dewey died in this one,
Yeah.
but like there's something about seeing the cast images with the song that's playing that just gives me like this, like the warm and fuzzies, like
Yeah.
this weird kind of, like, oh, like I think it was like bringing back Scream after all those years and doing it right, but killing off two legacy characters with
Yeah.
Dewey and Sheriff Hicks.
Yeah.
So there's like this sadness to me with that cast, like just seeing them. And I love how they do like the For West thing when West dies, and it's like an homage to Wes Craven. It's just so smart.
It's touching. It is.
Which obviously brings us to our number one for cast in both is Scream. It's the original Scream.
Right. I think that they casted the killers pretty amazing in this one. I mean, and the whole thing with Drew Barrymore in the beginning, it's such a smart film. And if you go back to the first time you actually watched it, I mean, this was so different for the time. It really changed everything. Seeing Nev Campbell, because I used to watch Party of Five every week. It was one of my favorite shows. Just like seeing Jennifer Love Hewitt in I Know What You Did Last Summer. It's like, these people are finally going to break out and do something.
Yeah.
And, seeing her in it, I have a huge crush on Nev Campbell, always have. And Jennifer Love Hewitt as well. But it's such a good cast. And even though you have her friend, shit, I can't remember her name now. The Me Too movement thing.
Yeah, but she also changed her tune after a while. You know that, right?
I know, but I heard some things of how she wasn't exactly a nice. I remember telling you that she wasn't exactly a nice person to some of the fans, and I don't know. It just bothers me. But other than that, I really don't have any complaints. Dewey is awesome. There are certain scenes and certain lines like "Mama said you gotta have respect for me."
Yeah.
I love it. I just think
And I love
so
when Tatum's like, Sydney's like, her dad's out of town. She's staying with us tonight. And he's like, does mom know? And she's like, yes, doofus.
Yes, doofus.
Like stuff like that's funny.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, I love Skeet Ulrich as a killer, but casting Matthew Lillard as the killer, as Stu, was fucking genius.
So, I mean, you just wouldn't think it in a million years.
Because people were seeing him in other movies like She's All That at the time and Scooby Doo and all these other like teen comedies,
Yep.
And so seeing him like as the killer, still being his like lovable like oath kind of character, but
Yep.
then being like kind of scary at the end when it's revealed, and having these scary moments like when he's hiding in the closet all that time, like it was just genius. And nothing confirms that more than the whole Stu is alive movement with people wanting Stu to return.
Yeah.
So absolutely perfect casting in that. It's the one that started it all.
Yeah.
Seeing Monica Geller in a slasher film as well. I mean, absolutely love it.
Yeah, me too.
So
It's
all
such a
right,
good.
now we're going to move on to settings, and we really are going to try to move faster through these now because
Yeah,
we
let's
still have
move
a lot.
faster in this one.
We got a lot to get through.
All right. I'm
All
going to
right,
go
so
with my number 10.
all right, what's your least favorite setting?
Season 3, which may be a little bit of a contradiction,
Oof.
but where I like New York in part 6, I just
Mhm.
don't like the atmosphere in season 3 that much. I just don't like it that much. What's your number 10?
My number 10 is Scream 2.
Oh God, you're killing me, dude.
So listen, we get the movie theater. I love that in the beginning.
Mhm.
The rest of it is at a college. It's not that I don't love college settings and slashers,
I do too.
but how many college slashers are there? So for me, it's like, again, I have to look at the minute details.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you're right.
does Scream 2 really stand out in that regard? No, for settings, it doesn't for me. So that's why I have it in last place.
All right.
What do you got for number 9?
Number 9 is season 1.
Okay.
I find the whole, not all of it, but some of it kind of unremarkable. Where you were kind of going crazy over the farmhouse and everything. It's cool and all, but it just doesn't really do it for me that much.
Farmhouse was season 2.
Well, they showed the farmhouse in season 1 too, didn't they?
No, season 2 is when that starts.
Oh, okay. Well, I must have mixed them up then.
Yeah.
Well, I'll still go with season 1 because I do find the setting and the atmosphere a little unremarkable in both season 1 and season 2. So,
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I do.
All right. So number 9 for me, I have season 3 or Scream Resurrection.
Okay.
Love the Halloween setting, if you know what I
Yes.
mean. There's that part of it, but I'm sorry, Scream in Detroit just didn't really work for me.
Me either.
And again, a different kind of slasher works in settings like that.
Yeah.
The problem with Scream is that we're used to seeing like these really nice neighborhoods, established, like Woodsboro is like this nice neighborhood. Season 1 and 2 is these nice neighborhoods filmed in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Like that's why they have more of that Scream feel for me, those first 2 seasons, than season 3 does. Season 3, it's even Scream 6 in New York City is more of like a
Scream.
no. Yeah, it just feels more like Scream.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, the Detroit setting, it's like this isn't Barbarian. I don't know.
I know.
But I will say this: the reason why I put it above Scream 2 is because it's my favorite episode in the season, is the episode that's set at the funeral home.
I
So
do like that.
the funeral home is what boosted it for me, as well as the corn maze in the cornfield.
That was cool.
That too. So I looked at individual settings within the seasons or movies as well,
Yeah.
make my decision. So that's why I have it at number 9. What do you got for number 8?
Season 2, but like I said, they probably should have been inverted. I love the movie theater setting, but I don't know. It seemed like you said, the whole the houses and everything like that. I like that in the original Scream, but for some reason, it didn't work for me in the series that much.
Yeah,
I just love the characters. The characters are what drew me in. It wasn't really the setting, although I do like Noah's room, but the rest of it, you know what I mean? So season 2 is my number 8, or season 1 if they were inverted.
all right, okay, I get it. Yeah. I was gonna season 1. I was also surprised because of the comic book store. I thought you were gonna have that a little bit higher.
I love the comic book store.
Yeah.
I do, but
right. So for number 8, I got Scream 4.
Okay, we're one off on that.
So I got Scream 4 here because it's Woodsboro, but it's not the Woodsboro that
we're used to.
Yeah, that we see in Scream
Vaseline
or even Scream 5. Yeah,
Yeah.
then you got like that weird glow, that Vaseline filter in
Yeah.
Scream 4. But what put Scream 4 here above the other two for me is the Stabathon, when you have the barn scene.
I
With,
do like that.
I
I
mean
do like
that is amazing to me. I mean, that was a big selling point in the trailer. I remember at the time they had that scene of Courtney Cox pulling off the mask in the
Yeah.
trailer, and at the time too, they were supposed to have a zombie Ghostface mask and a scarecrow Ghostface mask in Scream 4, which they ended up cutting from the film. And the scarecrow Ghostface mask was supposed to appear in the Stabathon scene, amongst all the hay and stuff. So because of that, I put it above the other two. That's why I have it at number 8. What do you got at number 7 for settings?
Number 7, I have Scream 4, and it's pretty much
Okay.
the same thing as you said. It does feel like Woodsboro, but it doesn't feel like the Woodsboro that I'm used to from 1 through 3.
Exactly, it doesn't.
Well, 3 is in Hollywood,
Yeah,
but
I know you. Yeah, I know what you
yeah,
mean. Though.
it
Yeah,
just doesn't feel like 1 and 2
it doesn't.
for me. It feels a little bit more stylish and a little bit more glitzy.
Yeah.
So, and like you said, they were doing that at the time with the
Yeah,
filter.
it's just like a creature of its time, I
Yeah.
get it.
What do you got for number 6?
Number 7 for me.
Number 7. I'm sorry.
Number 7, I have Scream 5.
Interesting.
So I mean, same thing as once again, it's Woodsboro.
Mhm.
Nothing that really makes it stand out. I mean, you got the cool hospital scenes or whatever. I love that this one's in Wilmington because I do love Wilmington. Like Halloween Kills was in Wilmington, Dawson's Creek was in Wilmington. I Know What You Did Last Summer was in Wilmington. So I do love that. But the only thing that takes it down where it is here for me is that I love that they brought in Stu's house. I wish they didn't announce that before they released the movie. I wish it could have been a surprise.
Yeah.
But they have to film everything in this one a bit more tight because it's not the actual house, because they're filming this in Wilmington and they rebuilt the house on a set. So as opposed to the first Scream where they have like these really wide shots and you see the house and
Oh
all the
yeah.
background, and
Oh yeah.
it's so comforting. It's a weird comforting
It is.
for
You're
me
right.
in the original Scream. In Scream 5, they're much tighter on the shots because they don't want to show that it's more of a set.
Right.
Other than that
Which
last
I
scene.
get. I get it.
So yeah, it worked. It's fine. But again, I had to look for these details to rank these things. So that's why I put this one here.
Interesting.
All right. So what do you got for 6?
So I gave you a bunch of crap for you putting Scream 2 at 10. I have it at number 6. I love the movie theater. I love all the paraphernalia they have around there with the masks and all that. And of course, that's just the beginning. But then you have the college setting, which, I think you said it best, where it's another college slasher movie.
Yeah.
And you do see some of the class. I like the stage.
Oh, I like that too. Yeah.
I like the stage. I like the sound stage with the editing room. I like the when they're putting on the play,
Mhm.
and you see all those costumes that were pretty cool, but also low budget. So it kind of had that ring of truth to it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why Scream is where it is. And I like the fact that the final act took place on stage. Thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
So what do you got for number
6?
Yeah.
Number 6, I got Scream 3.
Oh no, numbers. Oh, no.
Number 6.
We're on settings. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Scream 3.
Yep. So number 6, I have Scream 3.
Come on. You're killing me.
Well, I mean, I like the Hollywood setting. I do. I like that they have like the actual set of like Sydney's house and Stu's house and stuff. I think that's really cool. I love the house at the end. Where the party is, where Roman's birthday party is, and fun fact for anybody who doesn't know, the house at the end in Scream 3 is the same building used for the school in H2O.
Really?
So, yeah, remember we talked about that, and you can see it in the hallways.
Yep.
When they're in certain angles, you can definitely see it's the same building. So literally, they shot Scream 3 in H2O in the same location. So I think that's cool. I just happen to like the other settings above this more than the Hollywood setting, so I have it at number 6.
All right.
What do you got for 5?
5, I got Scream 5. I like it where it goes back to Woodsboro. I think that's pretty cool. But for Scream 5, for me, it was the hospital setting that kind of did it for me.
Mm-hmm.
And when where Dewey gets killed.
Yeah.
Also, that whole setting reminded me a little bit of Halloween 2, kind of like an homage to Halloween 2 in a way. And And I do. I love it. I love the setting. I really do.
I want to
And
add to that because then there's always people people like to crap on everything who are like,
yeah.
oh, why is the hospital so empty when they fucking specifically said they're gonna move her to a private floor.
Yes.
Like they literally say it in the movie. Like, so I
Yep.
can't. It's like, and again, I love I love Halloween too. I know some people do say it, but why do people give Halloween 2 a pass for being so goddamn empty? But
Yeah.
with Scream, when they actually say why it's so empty, because it's a private floor, people go, oh, it doesn't make any sense. Like fucking bunch of mouth breathers. Just
All
pisses me
right.
off.
Scream 5 at
All
number
right.
5. What do you got, Joe, for number 5?
Number 5, I have season 1.
Okay.
So season 1 I have here because number 1, I love the Louisiana setting. I love the town. I love the lake where it all went down with Brandon James. I like that they really emphasize that a lot. I like the coffee shop. I think that's like a nice little,
I do too.
staging
I
area.
forgot about that.
I love the comic book shop where Noah works. But what really put it up high for me is the bowling alley. I love the
Shit.
fucking bowling alley.
I forgot about that.
I mean I like Will's farm too. I think that's a nice, another cool setting. It's a different farmhouse, but
Mhm.
the bowling alley, to me, that episode comes on and I'm like, yup. And this wouldn't make it this high, like, but I do like Brooke's house, like the party at the end at Brooke's house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Because it
definitely.
reminds me of like Casey's house in the original Scream.
Yep.
And I also love the Halloween party at the school, the Halloween dance. So it's another great setting. So
Thank you, Anthony.
I feel like season 1 has some great settings all in one, but the bowling alley and the Halloween party are the Halloween dance.
Yeah.
Those are the two that put it as high for me. The bowling alley episode is like my favorite episode of that season, and I love it. I love bowling alley settings in general of stuff.
I do
So
too. I used to work in one, so
yeah,
you
so
know.
that's why I have it at number 5. What do you got at number 4?
Number 4, I have the original Scream.
Me too.
Um,
Me too.
and there's a lot of what you said, the wide shots and everything. I think is really cool.
Fucking gorgeous. It's a gorgeous.
It is.
It's a beautifully shot movie, and I don't think it gets enough credit for that.
Nope. I also love the fact of the high school setting. I like movies that are set in high schools rather than college.
Mhm.
It's just a personal preference.
Me too. Right? Me too.
I love the killer's house at the end.
Stu's house.
Yeah, Stu's house. I'm blanking here. I love his house at the end. I think it's really cool. I like the fact of how it kind of reminds me of being back in high school. At like
like a house party, like the way it's done and stuff. I would go on to say it may now be one of the most popular houses in a slasher movie. So much to the fact that that house is literally used as an Airbnb now. Like you can go and stay in Stu's house.
Ooh, where at?
In California.
Oh, fuck that.
It's not far from San Francisco, I believe.
Yeah.
But it's literally, that's what it is. The owners literally just rent it out now as an Airbnb.
That's awesome.
So for me, it's like, it really is. I think it's like one of the most iconic houses in a slasher film.
Yes.
And I think that's why it's so impactful to see it again in part 3 in the set, in part 5, as actually going back to Stu's house.
Yep.
It's just it's an iconic location. Like you said, the high school, so cool. Casey Becker's house, even Sydney's house. I love how all these houses are kind of like in the middle of nowhere. It just adds to that, that intensity, being like literally in the middle of nowhere. What am I missing? Something? Am I missing something?
No, I'm just commenting on something that somebody said.
But also for the original Scream that put it this high, and I'm surprised you didn't mention it, the video store.
Oh, hell yeah.
The video store, I mean,
I had it written down.
And it's one of those things where
video store.
The original Scream wasn't done on sets, so the video store
looks like it was filmed at a Blockbuster.
That video store is a real video store. Yes.
Yeah. It looks like it was a Blockbuster.
It's exactly what I was saying earlier. You can watch Scream movies and it's like a time capsule. So you can go back and watch the first Scream, and if you want to see what it was like renting movies in the 90s, there you go. And I mean, it's VHS tapes.
VHS too, baby.
Yep. I mean, even like the sound, you can hear the sound as Rainey's putting them on the shelf, like the sound of like the VHS. Like, VHS tapes make a different sound than the DVD when you put them on a shelf.
Yeah.
And
love it.
I just love it. I love that video store scene. I love the town. It's it's fucking great. And Scream is our favorite Scream setting.
This is what I have written down real quick.
Yeah.
High school, the house at the end party, of course, Stu's house, the video store, Drew's, and this is one thing we didn't touch on, Drew's house in the beginning, and Sydney's house as well. I love the fact that she utilizes the doors to lock, to keep Ghostface from getting in.
Yep.
The whole thing with the knobs and all, I think that's brilliant. That just, to me, it's smart. And I also love Drew's house in the beginning. I think it's so cool with the pool and everything like that. It's, a lot of people don't talk about it, but I think it's a really cool setting. So, but
Absolutely.
yeah, Scream number 1 for settings.
All right, now we're gonna do kills.
This was my toughest one.
To remind everybody, kills, now we're not ranking individual kills, we're ranking them by the movie or by the season. So like which movie had the best kills, which season had the best kills. That's how we're doing it. So what do you got for which movie or season do you think had the not the worst kills, but it's bottom of your list?
Would actually be season 1 for me.
Season 1, huh? Okay.
Season 1. I'm gonna go get a drink while I can hear you in the kitchen. Go ahead. I don't want to stop it.
Well, you're up. I'm saying you said season 1. This is your last.
Oh, I'm sorry. Season 1. I love the house in the beginning, of course, with Bella Thorne. I like the fact that they're in high school. As I said, there is a lot of character development because you need it in the first one. I think the kills are better in part 2 or in season 2 rather, and actually in the Halloween special as well. But they're sufficient in season 1. But it's also a television show.
Yep.
And with it being a television show, you are kind of limited as to what you can show.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why it's number 10 for me.
Okay.
I'm going to go grab, what's your number 10, Joe?
I'm going to grab a drink too while you do that. So we'll take a quick break.
Quick break, guys. Quick break. Oh, boy. Dead air. Nobody wants dead air.
Need to freshen up for the second half of the stream.
Ice cubes. All right. I'm just about back. Or front.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Did you get your drink, Joe?
Yeah, I'm all set.
What is your number 10?
My number 10 for kills. My number 10 for kills is Scream 2.
Oh, well.
So I'm always Scream 2 here because, all right, I like the cops getting killed. It's pretty brutal when the pole goes through his head.
Yeah.
I like Cece getting thrown over the balcony.
Yes.
But other than that, I mean, the opening kills is cool. I mean, especially in the bathroom.
I was about to say that one. I love that one, but that one's ruined for you.
But at the end of the day, they really are just mostly stabbings, slashings. It's nothing like over the top, like unique, creative. I mean, they're good stabbings and slashings, but they're not like some of the others in this franchise. So for me, I had to put it here. There wasn't really a big standout. Like when I think of Scream 2 kills, the first that actually comes to mind is the cop, because the way that pole goes through his head.
Oh, that's nasty.
And he's still trying to pull the trigger.
That's
then
nasty.
after that, I think about Cece getting tossed over the balcony just because she literally gets thrown.
Tossed.
Other than that, though, I really don't think about, I don't think about like Derek, like you and I talked about Derek, and I think it sucks because he's helpless and he's tied up there.
Yeah.
But it's the frat brothers that put him up there. It's not like the killers put him up there.
Yeah, I know.
So that kind of, I mean, all it really is now Mickey. All Mickey has to do is shoot him, which he does. So there's that.
Yeah, but
Okay,
that's bad looking though. Ooh,
you know, Randy getting killed, it's impactful, but we don't get to see a lot of it. We only get to see like shots here and there.
that's true.
Like we only get to really see the aftermath. You know, Dewey would have been brutal, but he doesn't actually die, so that's not really considered a kill.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, there's lots of like if we were ranking chase scenes, Scream 2 might win for that because I love that chase scene in the sound studio. But
Yeah.
going by kills, I have it in last place. What do you got for ninth place?
I have season 2 for ninth place.
Okay.
More of the same. The kills were a little unremarkable for me for season 1 and season 2, except for, of course, the farm thing. But you kind of like
one. Yeah, that was
you got me yesterday. I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Well, then what do I do after that? You know,
yeah, I'll mention that in a second because I'm going to be there.
But that's why season 2 is where it is for me. And plus, like you said, the first the opening isn't even a kill. Yeah. So it's a prank.
All right.
That goes kind of wrong.
Okay.
But that's why I have season 2 at number 9.
All right. I got season 1 at number 9. And the reason why I got season 1 here is because the best kill in the season isn't actually by a killer. Like it's set up by a killer.
Right.
But it's a killer who basically sets somebody else up to trigger something that kills the character. The kill is absolutely fucking amazing to the point where you had this at number 1 for kills yesterday until I mentioned, but technically it's not a Ghostface
it's
kill.
Not. Yeah, you're right. But you were right.
So to anybody, you know, who hasn't seen it, just keep that in mind. There is a kill in season 1 that literally would have ranked at like number 1 for kills for Jason had it actually been done by one of the Ghostface.
Yeah.
But instead, you know,
man, I love that kill. I fucking love it.
It's gruesome. It is gruesome. But you know, I do like the beheading in the opening in the opening kill.
That's one of the more brutal ones.
I like Riley's kill because of, you know, even though it's not like creative. I mean, it is in a way. It's impactful. I like how she's in the glass on the roof so they can just see her body. And I love how she's on the phone with Noah and he's like, what can you see? And she's like, I'm looking up at our stars. That's just a sad scene. Like it's so well done. Really, really impactful kill.
Poor Noah.
So there are some good kills in that one. But season 1 is at number 9 for me. What do you got for number 8 on kills?
Number 8, I have Scream 2, so it wasn't too far off from yours. I do, like I said, anything with the mouth is just crazy for me. So the very beginning where the Pittsburgh Steelers coach gets it right in the mouth, and nothing is more satisfying than seeing Jada Pinkett Smith get killed.
Yeah.
Love that. Well, like you said, though,
you better be careful. Will Smith's gonna come over and slap you.
I know. He's gonna fucking slap me right in my face. But
get my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
That's your fucking mouth. Yeah. But I do like Jerry's death. But you're right that he's put up there by his brothers. Yeah. Because he gives Sydney his necklace.
Like it makes.
Did you notice she was wearing it in part 3?
She wears it in 3. Yeah. She actually uses it as a weapon in part 3.
Yeah, she does.
Hey, Child of the Corn, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So yeah, but that's the thing with I always wonder, like, if Derek wasn't tied up there.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been cool to see him like fighting off Ghostface because I think he could have at least fought back a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, he's a big enough dude. You know, he seemed like athletic enough. Like, I feel like Jerry O'Connell could go toe to toe with Timothy Olyphant at least for a little bit. You know what I mean?
It's one of those things where I think the fact that he's defenseless for me and he gets shot.
Oh yeah.
It's just like, fuck. You know what I mean?
Again, it came down to one of me looking at details. Like,
exactly. Okay, me too.
Okay, you know what? It wasn't like Mickey put him up there, so I can only credit Mickey with the bullet, you know, as opposed to actually putting him up there. So, So
that's Scream 2 for number 8. What do you have for number 8, Joe?
Number 8, I have the Halloween special.
Oh, okay.
You know, this was like a lot higher, and then I moved this list around a lot, and then I kind of just said, you know what, things are staying where they're staying.
Yeah.
But all right, the Halloween special has a really good body count.
Yes.
The Halloween special has some really brutal kills. Like I love like the
Yes.
like the hedge clipper is basically just killing everybody. And
Yep.
then it also has one of my favorites in the opening with not just Kieran's death, but also the
The
security
guard.
guard.
Yep.
His head literally getting turned, 180
It's awesome.
facing behind him. Amazing kill.
Yep.
Um, but this is one of those lists where we're at that stage where I just had to say, okay, but what do I like more? So unfortunately, the Halloween special just ended up here.
Yeah.
So
I kind of get it in a way. It's a lot higher for me, but for a lot of the reasons that you just said, but we'll get there. Number 7, I have the original Scream.
Oh, me too. Good. We can talk about this one together.
I do like the kills. I like a lot of it's stabbing and slashing, but I don't know. I love the garage door kill. I always have. I always thought it was very awkward looking. And when something's awkward like that, and you see somebody's head all messed up,
exactly.
It gives you that kind of, you know what I mean? It gives you that kind of sense of.
I literally said that earlier about Scream 2, about Cotton being the hero at the end. I love that too.
Yeah, but yeah, Scream. I mean, it is the one that started it off, but the body count is a lot bigger in some of the other entries, which we'll get to. But that's why I have Scream at number 7.
Yeah,
They're good kills.
I have it at number 7 as well. Again,
yeah.
I actually had it a little bit lower at first because I just kept thinking about Tatum's death for some reason. And I was like, that's the standout.
Yes.
But then I was like, what about the fucking opening?
Yes.
Like Casey and Steve.
And trails. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got Casey and Steve.
Yep.
It's just that for me was like, those are big kills for me.
They're brutal, but you don't necessarily. I mean, you do see Casey's death, but you don't really see Steve's death because then she turns on the light, and then his guts are kind of, you know what I mean?
Unless you watch the director's cut.
Okay, I don't have the director's cut.
Well, I'm saying yeah, I think about the director's cut, and you actually see them like fall out of him.
Yeah,
and it's pretty good. But yeah, I mean,
I'll find it, or you'll find it and send it to me.
But I was thinking about just thinking about those kills, and Tatum is a big one. I mean,
yeah.
So yeah, Scream is number 7 for both of us.
Yeah.
See you later, Brad.
He's going.
Yeah.
See you, Brad. Number 6 for me is season 3.
Me too. Good. Same thing. We can talk about it together.
All right. Season 3 actually has some pretty damn brutal kills.
Yep.
And that's one of the things it's very strong with. Even in the beginning, where you have
hell yeah,
Tony Todd.
Yep.
I mean, it's just awesome.
Yep.
That's awesome. Pretty high body count too.
Yeah. So between
Jamal and Beth.
For me, what stands out is the car on fire with Manny's death.
Yes.
Getting burned to death. Yes. That's a huge one. And then the crushing of Hookman.
Yep.
That's a really cool death as well.
Yeah.
I mean, even not the opening kill, but like the first kill that we see at the end of the first episode when he's thrown from the balcony and lands on like the spike.
Yep.
That's a really good one as well. What's his face? Shane's kill with the ladder.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another good one. I mean, they really are. They're really brutal kills in season 3, and that's definitely what it has going for it.
Yeah.
So that's number
plus
6.
One hell of an opening too, and Beth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What do you got for number 5?
Number 5, I have the Halloween episode. For much of what you said, I mean, you have the very beginning, which starts off so good, with Karen getting killed and the guard, and then you go to this island, which I actually think I forgot to mention on the settings and all. That was my number 3, by the way. I think we skipped it but it doesn't matter. I mean, we're doing a lot of this stuff. But between Anna Hobbs and Ghostface, you do have quite a few kills, and they're pretty damn good. So, yeah. What do you got for number 5?
Number 5, I have Scream 3.
Interesting. Okay, I'm with that.
I like the creativity in Scream 3 with like the the one who smells the smells the gas. I love that kill.
Mhm.
Another one of those kill things, unfortunately, people don't like, and I don't understand why. Like, what don't you like about him blowing up? Like, I think it's a cool death. Like,
I think that's awesome.
we don't get to see anything like that really in the other Scream movies.
And plus, you're toss. It's a variation because you're slashing and you're stabbing most
Yep.
of the time. So when
Yep.
you get an oddball type kill, like in part 6 with the shotgun and all that, it's nice. It's nice to break up the monotony.
And then we also get Tyson getting thrown off the balcony, just
Yes,
thrown,
yes,
which is
awesome.
another really good kill in that one. I mean, and then the kills in it, even the stabs and slashes are pretty brutal. Like John Milton getting his throat slashed,
Yeah,
like just the way it's done. He's like, you can have anything you want. Final cut, and he's like, I already have it, and he slices his throat. Like, I even looked at things like that, like those little details, because even though it's just a throat slashing, it's like the line of like final cut, and Roman's like, I already have it, and then slices the
yeah,
throat. Like, it's so
yeah.
cool. I love that as well. So that's why Scream 3 is at number 5 for me for kills.
Now I'm
What do
going
you
to
got?
piggyback
Number
because
4,
my
you got
number
it?
4 is Scream 3.
Okay.
Cotton's death in the beginning, very brutal. Of course, his girlfriend as well. And then you have all the kills on the movie set, which I absolutely love. I think, you know how we were talking about if we were to do like a chase scene?
Mhm.
This might be my number 1. I love when Sydney goes through Sydney's house.
Yeah.
I just think it's brilliant. It's so good. But yeah, there's a lot of good kills in there. Roman is one of my all-time favorite killers. And even the end is brutal.
Yep.
Yeah. And seems like it lasts a long time. When the reveal comes and then you have shit, I can't remember his name. The one that Sydney marries.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark. I'm blanking here. 11 o'clock. Yeah. But you have him, and he was a red herring for a while, and
Yeah.
So yeah, I do like Scream 3 a lot as far as the kills. But
All right.
what do you got for number 4?
My number 4 is season 2.
Interesting.
So I have season 2 here because it has one of my favorite kills overall, and that's Zoe's kill.
Yep.
Absolutely love that. Oh god, talk about impactful death. That whole episode is just insane. But
Yeah.
it's so like brutal how she dies in a subtle way. Like,
Yeah.
she's just drowned. She's buried alive and drowned.
That's a rough death.
And it's like he doesn't even stab her first. Like, fucking wild. Yep. Season 2 Zoe, exactly, John. That kill is
It's
amazing.
brutal.
But also, what's his face? The teacher getting his hand chopped off and then
Yeah.
burned.
Yeah.
And then him and Eddie burned in the tub. Like, he gets one hell of a kill.
Yes.
So that's another one that I thought about. That's pretty extreme for me. Yeah. So season 2 I rank high mainly because of the Zoe kill, but also the fire in the house.
Yeah.
What do you
That's
what
a
do you
good kill.
what do you got for third place for kills?
Third place is going to be Scream 4. Scream 4 is
Me too.
absolutely brutal.
Me too. Scream 4.
Oh my
And
goodness.
let's give it.
Our first 3 have to be the same.
So let's keep it simple here, just to get through this here. Scream 4, has the most brutal kill in my opinion in Olivia.
Yep.
Charlie literally chops her up so badly that the blood is literally on the ceiling, on the walls,
Yeah.
and he literally pulls out her intestines and just leaves
Yes.
them on the bed. I
Yes.
mean,
Charlie is a badass.
it's like he's playing with her insides.
Yep.
So you get that death, you get the cop stabbed through the head. You get Jill's mom, Kate, stabbed through the head.
Yep.
You have Rebecca stabbed and then thrown off of the parking garage onto the van. So you get some really, really intense
Brutal
kills in Scream 4.
Brutal kills.
So yeah, that's third place for me.
Yeah. Number 2 for me is going to be Scream 5.
Me too.
Yep. Amber's a badass. Dewey's death is the most impactful, but it's also one of the most brutal, in my opinion.
Well, it is. I mean, he gets double gutted. Like, he gets gutted from the front and the back.
Yeah. That sandwich sort of thing that they did.
Yeah.
Not only that, but the guy in the parking lot too. I mean, Jesus Christ! And
Yeah,
it's real quick, just stabs him in the neck, and you just watch him bleed out. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
Vince gets it really quick in the neck. She just stabs
Yeah,
him quick, and then she just walks off.
yeah.
Like, so yeah, Vince.
And Sheriff Hicks,
Yep,
her
Sheriff
son.
Sheriff Hicks. She gets like stabbed so many times,
Yep. And
and
you
then
can, like you said, you can tell it's Amber because she's going to town on him.
also I mean, even Richie's death at the end with Sam, she stabs him 22 times,
Yes.
slits his throat,
Slits his throat.
and then
Yep.
shoots him in the head.
Yep.
And then I mean, even Liv's death when Liz is like, "I am not the killer," and Amber's like, "I know," and she shoots her because I am. Like
Yes.
even that is like that reveal is so badass, and she just shoots her right in the head.
And Jack gets it too, and then ends up living just like he
Yep.
did in part 6.
Which means our number one for kills is Scream 6.
6 is just so brutal, over the top.
So you got Laura, who has a brutal death at the hands of Jason.
Yes.
I mean, you have Greg, who's chopped up into pieces before we even, see him as a character and just stuffed in the refrigerator.
Yep.
Then you have Jason, who's stabbed like meat the way he killed Laura.
Yeah,
Then,
exactly.
Then you have
The shotgun kill.
the 3 guys in the bodega. You have the 2 guys who get stabbed in the neck in the bodega. You have
Yeah.
the bodega owner who gets shot with the one-handed shotgun kill.
Yes, it's awesome.
Fucking badass.
Yes.
Then you have Paul 2.0, as they call him, Quinn's boyfriend, getting killed in the bathtub. Then you have Annika stabbed in the stomach, pretty much gutted, and then tossed off the ladder so that she smashes her head on the dumpster.
Oh, that's the worst. See, that's one of the worst ones for me.
Oh, you have the therapist getting stabbed in the nose.
Yeah, I like that one too. But that dumpster kill, oh my god.
And then yeah, so I mean you got Brooks getting his throat stabbed, and then you have the kill of the killers.
Hey, Marianne.
They're all brutal. Hey, Marianne. Marianne, how you doing?
Hey, man.
So yeah, Scream 6 is number 1 for our kills.
Yeah.
We have to go back because we didn't finish settings. I don't know why.
We didn't finish settings?
No, because we still have to do our top 3 of settings.
Well, that's why then, because I couldn't remember. We got so hung up on.
What do you have? Yeah, what do you have for third place for settings?
Third place, I have the Halloween episode.
Okay, let me think because I do too.
I love the island. It's so cool. I love even before the island, but the island is just awesome. I love the jail cell. That's cool.
Definitely, Eric.
It's one of my favorite settings. The court setting.
Yep.
Is also cool. But the island for me is where it's at, and that big mansion is so awesome.
Same for me, and the only thing I'll add to that is I love the island setting, but there's nothing better than an island setting than an island setting with a storm.
Yes.
Like I still know what you did last summer. Like that's why I love I still know what you did last summer because of the storm. It's the same thing with this. Not only are they on an island, but they're trapped on an island because of this storm.
Yeah.
Like they're, you know what I mean? There's no way to get out of there. So I love it. I love how they're in this like you said, this nice mansion on the island. I love the little store. Like
yes.
The little
yeah,
shop
me too.
I love that as well. And then at the beginning of the episode, after the courthouse stuff, after the jail, we also get the high school setting with all the Halloween decorations because it's Halloween.
Yep.
So, that's an extra bonus there. So yeah, that's number 3 for settings for both of us. What about number 2 for settings?
Number 2, I don't remember where you had it. You can remind me, but it's Scream 3 for me.
Okay.
Like I said, it would have been my top chase scenes if we had done it. I love how they constructed the house and everything, and they constructed Sydney's house. All the deaths were, well, not all of them, but some of them were on the set itself. It's just really cool that it's in Hollywood. The end is what gets me though for Scream 3.
Yeah.
It's the house, but then they have the screening room in there. Yep. And you just look at all the stuff that's in there. It's just so cool.
Exactly.
The set design is just beautiful in that.
Yep.
What do you have for number 2, Joe? Oh, where did you have number 9 or number 3? Right?
I don't know. I've been deleting it as I go. On my
phone.
Okay. Number 2 for me for settings is season 2.
Okay.
And the reason why I have season 2 here is number 1 because of the carnival.
Yes, I forgot about that.
The carnival is a huge setting for season 2. Like a lot of the season is around that carnival. And I mean, you have multiple episodes that take place within a fun house.
Yes.
So that for me was like, yeah, season 2 has to be high. I actually had this at number 1 for a little bit, and then I switched it last minute. but because I love carnival settings, you know that. And I mean,
yeah, I do too. And I
this,
think I forgot about that. That's why it was so low on mine.
this has a carnival setting at night when it's closed, when they're,
Yeah.
they're in there by themselves, and it also has a carnival setting when it's up and running.
Yeah.
So I love that carnival setting. I do like the farmhouse stuff. I like the orphanage setting. Then you get the high school. I do like the town that it's in. I like the episode where they're locked in the library at school because it's the lock-in.
Yep.
So you also get that. There's just there's the motel. I like that. I like the rental property. There's just so many different settings in season 2.
Ah, the rental property. I like that one too.
Yeah, I was
That's
surprised.
Where, what's his name, guys, in the bathtub?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Set.
And Eli takes Emma there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, season 2 should have been a lot higher for me. But I had a lot of trouble with settings though.
All right. Number 1 for both of us is obviously Scream 6.
Gotta be Scream 6. Yeah.
So not only because it's a New York setting for me, but again, just to go through it fast here, we got the New York setting. You got a Halloween, New York setting at Halloween.
Halloween, baby.
You got a Halloween party.
Yes.
Then you have the bodega. Then you have the subway.
Oh, the subway is brilliant.
Then, of course, you have the shrine.
Yes.
Like the shrine is just, I mean, that was what really drew everybody during these trailers, seeing the subway at Halloween and then seeing the shrine. Everybody was like so interested in finding out what that was all about.
Yeah. Did you ever watch that special feature?
Not yet, no.
Oh, you're gonna love it. Most of it we saw.
Yeah.
And you can pick it out. But yeah.
So yeah, Scream 6 is our favorite setting.
Ooh, we're getting to the good shit now.
All right, now.
How many people we're getting to the good shit.
Now we are on our ghost faces. Now again, we can spend some time with some of them, but let's try to do it as fast as we can here.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the bottom ones, we don't have to spend as much time on as we do with the top ones. All right. There's going to be 23, a ranking of 23. I was told last night.
So yeah, so we literally included every single killer in the Scream franchise.
Yes.
That is an actual villain. So now we're not going to include Sydney, who puts on the Ghostface costume and kills Billy.
Right.
We're not
or
going to
Sam.
we're not going to include Sam, who puts on the ghost. We're not going to include people who kill killers, if that makes sense. We're not
just the potential ghost faces and
just the actual ghost faces or ghost face accomplices that have something to do with murders.
Yes.
Because some of the ghost faces don't actually have a kill count because they had other ghost faces do the work for them.
Yes.
So just keep that in mind. But we are ranking all 23 killers in the Scream franchise. Again, there are spoilers, so sorry guys if you haven't seen them. We warned you.
Yeah.
Obviously you're gonna know all the killers after this. So what do you have for number 23?
23 probably shouldn't be 23. As a matter of fact, I'm going to change it. And the reason why I'm going to change it is because we watched it last night. But it's going to be Greg.
Okay.
I'm going to change it because we don't know hardly anything about Greg.
Yep.
And,
Greg is mine too. Greg's my bottom.
Yeah.
Greg has a 0 kill count because all we know that he has a ghost face mask. We know that he has a voice changer. We know that he planned to kill Sam and Tara with Jason.
To finish Richie's movie.
Yep. So, I mean, and people can say, oh, well, he doesn't really count. Well, I mean, if Jason and Greg didn't die, Greg would be arrested along with Jason as an accomplice for being part of it. So, yes, he does count as a ghost face.
Yes.
Because if he doesn't count, then you can't count other ghost faces that people do count. So, yes, we are including Greg because if Detective Bailey didn't find out about Greg and Jason, Greg would have been a ghost face.
Yes.
So Greg counts, but he is in last place. He has a kill count of 0, and he's our 23rd ghost face.
Well, just to say another little quick thing about that, when they do open the closet and they have the ghost face masks, Greg has his as well.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
So he was using the mask. Yep. But he didn't kill anybody. He was like kind of on the verge of.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly.
Number 22, I have Ethan.
Okay.
I have Ethan because I don't particularly care for him, although he is growing on me. Now, Ethan, of course, was in part 6. He was one of the 3 killers. He's the Richie's brother.
Yep.
Yeah. And Quinn's brother and Wayne's son.
Yep.
And I just don't like him. I don't know. He just bothers me. I don't know.
Okay.
And it's personal preference. He actually has no kills either, although he did injure some people.
He also has he also has a 0 kill count. Some people will try to argue. Okay, so this is a good point to bring up. Now he's not my 22 yet, but I'll bring this up now anyway because you mentioned him. People will try to argue that Ethan was the killer in the apartment scene. Okay, because Radio Silence announced that Jack Champion, who played Ethan, is wearing the mask in the one shot of Danny looking at Ethan through the window, looking at Ghostface through the window.
Right.
But in the original Scream, when Randy is saying, "Look out behind you," and Ghostface comes up behind him, that is actually Skeet Ulrich wearing the costume. But it's Skeet Ulrich playing Stu because at that point, Billy is upstairs, and so Skeet Ulrich may be wearing the costume, but he's not actually Billy. In that Ghostface isn't actually Billy. That Ghostface is actually Stu. And also, the commentary announces that Jack Champion wasn't even supposed to be on set the day that was filmed, that whole sequence. He showed up to the set and asked if he could wear the mask just because he wanted to wear it. So the fact that he's wearing the mask has nothing to do with him. Radio Silence, all they confirmed is that Jack Champion wears the mask in that scene. They never confirmed that Ethan is the killer in that scene.
Right.
And if you watch closely, there's no fucking way that it's Ethan. Number one, not only does he say he has an alibi, but later on, he says, "My alibi checked out." And both Mindy and Chad do not deny it and say, no, it didn't, or we didn't check yet. They literally agree that his alibi checked out. So he was in Econ. Secondly, it's common sense. If Bailey had to be there to be the first one to switch the bodies with Quinn, why wouldn't he just be the Ghostface on site? Why would he have Ethan do it, risk getting caught, and then show up himself, risk getting caught? Sometimes you just got to use common sense.
All right, Man brought up a good point. So you think Quinn killed her boyfriend and not Ethan?
Nope. Radio Silence pretty much confirmed it was Bailey.
Wayne.
Yep.
Yeah.
They said they liked the idea of the dad killing the boyfriend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, why not? Why wouldn't he? You know what I mean?
So, and also the intelligence to this scene is, remember, she's pretending to be on the phone with her dad.
Yes.
If you look at the phone, she's not on the phone. Okay? And also, she is talking to her dad because he's standing right next to her.
Yep.
So she's playing it off like she really, like, because people are like, well, why is she actually talking though? If it's to make Danny look like she's on the phone, she doesn't really have to be talking because she's not really on the phone. But she really is talking to her dad, who's standing right next to her.
Yeah.
So right that's why, again, it also proves that it's Bailey. Number 3 point, this Ghostface picks up Annika one-handed by the throat, lifts her up in the air, and holds her up against the wall.
Yes.
I know Annika's a small girl, but I'm sorry. And people can say, oh, well, when Quinn kills Brooks and this and that, but Quinn gets him from behind. Like, I'm sorry, Ethan is not picking up Annika one-handed and putting her up against the wall.
Nope.
He's a skinny little dude. He's just not doing it. It's just not happening. You also have the fact that the way Bailey's trying to kick the door open is just like a cop. He's kicking right where he needs to kick. You can just tell when, they say that they have the stuntmen actually act in a different way when it's different killers. And you can tell this is meant to be a cop. Like, it's not Ethan. Ethan has 0 kills. Ethan is not in the bodega. When people say that, it drives me nuts. There's no fucking way.
Because he was he had Econ.
Ethan wasn't in the bodega.
That was his alibi.
That was the apartment. Yeah, but I was in the bodega. It was they've confirmed that it's Bailey in the bodega. So when you look at all of that, Ethan literally killed nobody. But I'll talk about that a little bit more when I get to him. You had him at 22.
22. What's your 22, Joe?
My 22 is Reginald Whitten.
Okay.
So Reginald Whitten actually has a kill count of 3.
I'm surprised.
He has a kill count of 3. I'm putting him here because we don't get to see a lot of him. We get to see his kills briefly in the Halloween special.
Yes.
But the fact that he is a killer is very important to the reveal of another killer, which I'll get to. But again,
that's why he's higher for me.
Again, for me, we didn't get to see enough of him, and we only get to see it really like through past, like like flashbacks as opposed to it actually happening on screen. Exactly, man. It was definitely Bailey the dad in the bodega.
Yeah.
So yeah, Witten is Reginald Witten is number 22 for me. Who do you have for number 21?
21, I have Richie. Now he was actually my number 23 until I moved him up for personality.
Well, and is also
And that's it for me.
Well, he's also, if it wasn't for Richie though, we also wouldn't get the shrine.
True, but he also has a kill count of 0.
Yep.
And at first you don't like Richie because you find out he's one of the killers, but then when you watch it a second time, you can appreciate his charisma.
I feel bad for him. Like not that I wanted, not that I wanted him to kill them, but it's like he was like this, like just this deranged like horror movie nerd, and he just wanted to finish his movie, and he just didn't get to do it.
Yeah. He said he ain't gonna finish it with a kill count of 0. That's for damn sure.
Yep. All right.
What's your number 21?
My number 21. Now people are gonna be like, "What?" Is Angelina Tyler?
No.
I have Angelina Tyler, and I'm going to tell you what. So,
okay,
you can either give her 2 kills or 1. I'm going to go with 1 because here's the thing. For those of you who don't know, Angelina was intended to be the second revealed killer in Scream 3.
Right.
They went back and changed it so that she wasn't revealed.
But she was still a killer.
They did not. They've never changed the fact that she is a killer in Scream 3.
Yep.
And you can argue with me all you want, but Patrick Lussier, who edited the film, has even said that Angelina is still a killer. She's just not revealed to the cast.
Right.
If you're really paying attention, there's no way that Roman can be in 2 places at once.
Exactly.
The reason why
that's why a lot of people don't like Scream 3.
The reason why I love Scream 3 so much is because Roman makes himself appear as if he's superhuman because of Randy's. Randy's talks about how the killer in Julie is going to look superhuman.
Yep.
Roman is smart enough to get an accomplice who no one will ever find out about.
Yep.
So that way it makes him look superhuman. Now, I'll say this too, and people can say, "Oh, but he killed Angelina." Okay, did you see him stab Angelina? Because I sure as hell didn't. We see what looks like someone getting stabbed, just like Billy getting stabbed by Stu in the first Scream.
Exactly.
We never see the knife enter her body.
And you see her body get pulled away.
Exactly, Mayan. We never see her body getting stabbed. And when have you ever seen a Scream victim, including in Scream 3, have their body pulled away?
Exactly.
Angelina Tyler is the only body you see dragged away immediately after supposedly being killed. You know why? Because when that scene was filmed, that scene was filmed even when she was going to be revealed as the killer.
Right.
So they didn't even change that scene. So anybody using that excuse, no, she wasn't killed. He literally pulled her away because he needed her to help kill Jennifer Jolie, which she did. Because if you notice, he's upstairs throwing Tyson over the balcony. In the very next scene, we see Jennifer running downstairs and Ghostface coming from downstairs. So unless Roman did a fucking face plant off the balcony himself, there's no way he could have made it to the basement because all that's going on at the same time.
No, he teleports. He's superhuman, Joe.
And that's what people say. Yeah, oh, Roman teleports. No, he doesn't. He has an accomplice.
There's another killer. Yes.
So Angelina does kill Jennifer Jolie. She's the one who attacks Sydney on set in the house because her and Roman are both there. That's why they're both getting around the way that they are. Now, in the original script, Angelina was also supposed to kill Cotton's girlfriend, which in the final version is definitely Roman, and she was also supposed to kill Sarah Darling, which you could still give her that kill if you want, but what I'm doing is I'm giving the tiebreaker to the more obvious choice. So in this case, I'm just going to give it to Roman, but no matter what, you have to give Jennifer to Angelina because Roman was not. He could not be in that place at the same time.
Right, man. He's not superhuman.
So I think that he's super brilliant because he made himself look superhuman. But at the end of the day, no matter what, you have to credit Angelina with 1 kill. Right. And if you don't, it's because you just don't want to, and you just want to nitpick the film. because no, but it's true because I mean, when
I know.
the film editor is admitting that there is a second killer, I mean,
There's a second killer.
just because you didn't figure it out doesn't mean that there isn't a second killer. It's like shame on
Exactly.
you.
Exactly.
If you guys have the box set, the original Dimension DVD box set, it was 4 discs. It was the first 3 movies in separate cases, plus a bonus disc on a 4th disc, and it also came with a collector's booklet. If you guys have that set, if you guys have that, if you guys have that set, take out the booklet, okay? For every movie, it lists all of the victims and shows their pictures for every movie. Look on the screen 3 page. There's a victim missing. You know who it is? Angelina. Because she's not a fucking victim.
She's not dead.
So you're telling me they just all of those coincidences that she got dragged off. We didn't see her stabbed. Roman is superhuman suddenly, and they somehow only forgot to include her in the list of victims in that entire book. No, it was all done on purpose because Angelina is in fact a killer, and despite that, I have her, as low as I do because, I mean, it is what it is. She has the 1 kill, and I don't particularly like her character.
I do.
She's okay, but I just like the other characters more. So that's why I have her here.
All right, my number 20 is Audrey.
Oh, good. Me too. So we can talk about it together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Audrey also has no kills.
0 kills.
0 kills.
But she does put on the mask. She does make phone calls.
A call. Yeah.
She does stab, and she does shoot someone.
Yes, and she was the one responsible for Piper coming to Woodsboro, and
Audrey Jensen literally started.
Yes,
it pretty much started.
Well, yes and no.
She started the events of season 1.
Yes. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you also could say about her father too, but that goes back a way.
That's why I'm saying the events of season 1,
right?
Because you wouldn't have season 1 happen with, like, he wouldn't have, nothing else would have happened with him because he was away. He got away with it.
And you do find out that Audrey did bring Piper in.
Yes.
And so plus I like Audrey. I don't know, she's just likable to me. I like her and Noah's back and forth.
Yeah.
So that's why she's at number 20. I mean, she could have been dead last because she really doesn't do much, but
she gets points for being a good character.
This is where personality is going to come into play when you have like personality, stuff that they did. She did put on the mask.
And another thing I'll add that gave her bonus points for me is she gets away with what she did. Like,
yes, completely.
Like now it gets revealed as opposed to somebody else on this list.
Yes.
So she does face some sort of consequence, but not as bad as someone else might. So she does get away with it, and she escapes an entire season or movie, if you want to call it an extended movie. How we're looking at it. She literally gets to escape a movie or season without being found out.
Right.
And that's not something a lot of people can do, like Angelina, for example.
That's true.
That for me gives her points as well. And like you said, she's a likable enough character, which is
why
I have her here. What do you got for 19?
Okay, 19. Now this is where personality is going to come over kills. I have Jamal at number 19.
Me too.
Wow. Okay. Now he's credited with 4 kills.
4 kills for Jamal. Yep.
Okay. Or Jay, whatever you want to call him.
Jay Elliott, Jamal Elliott.
Yeah. Now he is in season 3, and he is the accomplice of one of the other people that we're going to be talking about later.
He's the bitch boy of the other killer.
Yeah, he's basically the Richie or the Charlie.
Jesus.
I mean, basically, not in so many words, but that's basically what he is.
Well, to sum it up, all right. So Richie is at least supposedly the mastermind.
Right.
So Charlie is at least the one who has the higher kill count.
Right.
Whereas Jay has the lower kill count.
I'm talking about personality, though.
No, and I'm saying and is not the mastermind.
Right.
So he's basically, like I said, he's basically the bitch boy to the main killer of season 3.
And plus, just to say for his character, I think they should have picked a better actor because he is not a good actor.
So he's played by Tyga, and he's just not a good actor.
No.
I
don't have anything. I mean, he might be a good rapper. I don't really know, but as far as an actor goes, he kind of
He could have been good. They could have cast him as a victim if they wanted, but don't cast him as an
right,
important character like that.
exactly. And he
And
does play a really important character.
his reveal is the lamest fucking Ghostface reveal in the entire franchise.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's not even close.
Yeah, you're right.
It's literally like, "You're Ghostface?" Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
It's so
I was just
fucking
thinking about the
stupid.
whole reversal of, which we'll get to,
That is
maybe
like,
we won't get to. Maybe it's because he's the brother of one of the kids that died, and
yeah,
he
but
kind of takes their
that's
identity.
I'm not, the motive is okay,
Yeah.
but it's the reveal. It's like
Yes.
I'm saying that's like a different, when we find out that he's Ghostface, it's like, wait,
Yeah.
what? You almost have to rewind it. You almost want to rewind it and say, wait a minute, did I just miss that? Did I
Yeah.
hear that right?
Did he just say yeah?
It's so
Yeah.
stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It is.
that's why I have him at number
I'm kind
19.
of surprised that we both had that one there.
Yeah.
I thought you would move him a little bit higher because of the kill count.
He does have cool kill. He has a couple cool kills.
True.
The stabbing, putting the bag over the guy and then stabbing him in the
Yes,
throat.
that was cool.
Really good kill. And then the crush kill is also credited to him
Yeah.
in the junkyard. So he has those two good kills. The other two are okay. They're just standard kills.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's number 19 for me.
Number 18 for me is Miss Loomis.
Okay. So Nancy Loomis.
Nancy Loomis. I like her. I like the fact that she played against type. She's only credited with one kill, if I remember correctly.
She only killed Randy.
Yeah, only killed Randy. Which is that's a big one.
It's
though.
a big one.
It is a big one.
If you're gonna kill one character in Scream, at least it's a legacy character.
Nuts at the end. She's awesome.
She is.
And that's why I have her at number 18. Really cool reveal. Being Billy's mom, because
most shocking, in my opinion, reveal in the franchise.
Yeah, I like it though. I like the reveal a lot. Plus, I like that whole third act where it's on stage and all. So, what's your number 18, Joe?
Number 18 is Ethan Landry. So I got Ethan. He does have 0 kill count, but I do like Ethan more than
He's
Jason.
growing on me.
We were talking about this,
He's growing on me.
The thing I like about Ethan, and the reason why, and it's honestly my son who brought this to my attention. What stands out for Ethan to me is his motive. Ethan is doing it because he wants to
please his dad.
Yeah. There's that line.
Well, and plus avenge his brother too.
But I feel like it's more about the dad, to be honest. Because originally it was only supposed to be Bailey and Quinn, and Ethan wasn't even supposed to be a killer. Hence why he has a 0 kill count.
Right.
So and hence why his name is Ethan Landry in the movie. And then they just said, oh, we can make it a fake name,
Yeah.
But originally he wasn't even supposed to be a killer, and then they added him in with that cool motive. And Radio Silence mentioned this themselves, is that Wayne has that line about there's a special bond between a dad and his first son. And his first son. And when he says that, they zoom in on Ethan's face, and you can see it's like he's doing this for like his dad's approval.
Yeah.
And it's like he just wants,
he wants that bond that Richie had with him.
And I kind of like that, because obviously like Quinn's the only daughter and Richie was the older son. And then you have Ethan, who's just like the other boy. Yes. And he's probably the one who's probably had like the middle child syndrome or whatever, kind of like, more of like the ignored one. So I kind of feel for him there. And I don't hate him as a character. He's just like the most obvious.
He's growing on me.
He's the most obvious red herring who isn't a red herring.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the whole movie is like, okay, well, they're definitely making it look like it's Ethan, only for it to, wow, it really is Ethan.
I called him as one of the killers. I just didn't call the other two. Yeah,
and then the people who were like, oh, I knew it all. It's like, first of all, you didn't fucking know it was Quinn. Second of all, you didn't know they were all Richie's family. It's bullshit. If you say you're a fucking liar, and that's it.
I just knew it was Ethan.
How would you know that?
About Ethan that didn't ring right with me.
Yeah.
So I knew he was one of them, but the other two just fucking blew me away. And then their motivation at the end, I was like, wow.
Exactly.
That's pretty messed up.
Ethan's 18 for me. What do you got for 17?
17, I got Jill.
Oh, me too. Good.
Crazy Jill. I do like Emma Roberts. I don't like her as much in Scream 4 as I do in other things she's been in. Mm-hmm. But I do like her most of the time. And I think she did Crazy pretty well.
Okay.
But with that being said, she does kind of get on my nerves a little bit. And her motivation, I mean, I get it. Sydney's always the one that got the attention.
Definitely
I get
May.
it. I get it in a way, but same time, it's not as strong of a motivation as, say, a Piper or even Jamal for that matter.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like Jamal as a character, but his motivation
He's a good
makes
motive,
more
though.
sense.
His motive's good. He's a good motive.
Yeah, but
All right.
Jill,
All right. I'm gonna say this right here because Jill's my 17 too. Jill is the most overrated fucking Ghostface there is.
I agree.
She is so fucking loved in like these Scream Facebook groups and stuff like that. People love Jill and they love her motive. Oh, it's so listen, I wanna make something clear to everybody. Jill doesn't kill anybody while wearing the Ghostface costume.
Nope.
Not one person. And anybody who wants to argue that point, I tell you again, watch the movie.
Charlie.
She does not kill anybody wearing the costume. Now she does kill Charlie and she does kill Trevor. But she's not wearing the Ghostface costume. This is at the end.
Yep.
Now, people also say, "Oh, she's one of the smartest Ghostface." How? She fucking gives herself up. If she was the smartest Ghostface, she wouldn't have killed Charlie before framing him. She would have made sure Sydney was dead first before killing Charlie. You know?
And then she goes away.
And then
she won't go away.
And then she rats herself out in the hospital. We stop being, we have the matching, shoulder stabs or whatever.
Yes.
Like she fucking gave herself away. She's not a smart Ghostface. She got overly zealous. She got overly zealous. I think people get distracted by her, like, I'm kicking my own ass scene. Like, yeah. No, I mean, it's a cool scene, but that doesn't make her a good Ghostface.
She does do crazy pretty good, though.
She literally had Charlie do everything until she turned on Charlie and killed Trevor. So her main goal was to kill Sydney and get away with it, and she failed at that.
Well, she wanted to become Sydney.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I know originally she was supposed to live and stuff like that, and that would have been cool,
I'm glad she didn't.
So for me, Jill Roberts is, she's the most overrated Ghostface. I don't know why people fucking love her so much.
If it wouldn't have been for her kill count, she would have been lower. For me.
Yeah, and I mean, even her kill count to me is kind of lame because it's like, it's Trevor tied up. She shoots him in the dick. What the fuck is he supposed to do? And then it's Charlie. I mean, she her only other kill. I put like an asterisk next to it because it's another killer. And like I said, we weren't going to include the deaths of the killers,
right?
But it's a killer doing the kill, so I am going to include it for Jill.
Yeah.
But like I said, if you look at it that way, it's not really another victim for her because she just turned on him.
Yeah.
Like, so it's just lame. Like she's a really lame Ghostface that gets way too much credit. People should be
not even a Ghostface, to be honest. But
people should be crediting Charlie. Like Charlie has a big kill count. He's a brutal killer.
Hell yeah. So, and he's smart too.
Exactly. So Jill is number what? 16?
17.
17 for us? Okay.
16 for me is Jason.
Me too again. Same thing.
He moved up a lot for me because I like the brutality of his kill in the beginning.
Yep.
I like
he's got one
smart ass.
He's got one kill, by the way, guys. Jason.
Yeah, he's got one kill. I like that he's a bit of a smart ass, but when it all comes down to it, the two parts that really got to me about Jason, not only the brutality, but the fact that he knew Tara and how he acted around her.
When they were obviously building that relationship.
Right.
That's right. Scary. It's like,
and then when you find out the motive of him and Greg going to finish Richie's movie.
Yep.
So, that gives Jason big props for me.
Yeah. Another thing about Jason, he's a horror fan, obviously. He's
Giallo fan.
He's a Giallo fan. He's a big fan of Argento, they say.
Yep.
Really cool. He's a brutal like Laura's kill is fucking brutal. Jason's line is, like when he says, "Now I see something red." I love that.
Yeah.
I just love the reveal of him too, and I give that to his character because the way he's like staring at her, like admiring his work. Like again, like she was like a piece of meat to him.
Almost like Michael Myers.
Exactly. The way he's just like he's like kneeled over and just staring at her, and then pulls off the mask and continues to stare at her. Like there's something chilling about him when he talks to Tara and he's walking. He has that smirk on his face. He does a really good job. And even though it's only one kill, it's one brutal kill.
Yeah.
And I got to give him credit for that. So he's 16.
Quinn surprised me too, man. Speaking of which,
Quinn's next for me too. Is she for you?
number 15.
Me
Number
too.
15 is Quinn.
Okay, me too.
The fact that she has no kills?
She kills Brooks. She kills Gail's boyfriend.
Yes, right. So she does have the one kill, but with her, it's a little bit of personality for me. She's a nutbag, more so than Ethan, maybe even more so than the dad, if you really think about it.
She's probably the most unhinged. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I like the whole thing of, her in the bedroom with the guy. Who the fuck is Paul? I thought that was great.
Yeah.
She's just like the cock blocker. Could you stop saying cock?
Sex positive. Remember, she's sex positive.
Sex positive. Yes. Yes. I just liked her character. I thought she was all right. And even at the end, when she turned all nutty, she kind of reminded me of Jill just a little bit. But her character was likable enough where, like Mayanne said, I did not suspect her because, of course, everyone thought she was dead.
She did,
which I thought was a really smart way of bringing her in.
All right, so when I first watched Scream 6, I loved it so much. And honestly, she was my least favorite thing about Scream 6.
Really?
When I first watched it. So
I can understand that.
She for me is like the Ethan for you. She has since grown on me.
Yes.
In fact, the second and the third time I was watching Scream 6, I was like, why didn't I like her? The first time though, I don't know if it was because she cock blocked Chad in the beginning and I really wanted Chad to fuck Tara. I don't know why. I was like, damn, you're so close. But like, I was like, get the fuck out of the room, bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like I was just, but for some reason, her character just didn't resonate for me. I didn't even remember her being in that much of the movie before her death, but she really is in quite a bit of it.
She does look possessed at the end. That's funny.
But I also have to give Quinn credit because she has come the closest to killing Gail.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
I mean, she fails. She stabs Gail, but she has come the closest to killing her.
And she almost killed Chad.
And she almost killed she almost killed Chad. She almost killed Mindy.
Yep.
So she has a lot of close calls. She did kill Brooks. I mean, he's a strong looking guy. She got him from behind, slit his throat.
Yeah.
So for those of you, how did Quinn kill him? Well, you can see it. She literally gets him from behind. I mean, she slit his throat. What the fuck you want him to do? You know what I mean? No, but I mean, people say that like, oh, why'd they have Quinn kill him? Well, it makes sense. I mean, anybody can go behind anybody and slit their throat if they don't see it coming. You know?
That's true.
So I don't, I at least she has a kill like over Ethan. So I had to rate her higher than him. I do love her at the end. I also love how she's the one when she screams, she's like, no, you motherfucker, you killed our brother. Like the way she says that, because that's like the holy shit moment, because you don't know that yet, that they're Richie's family. So then they look at her
like, still don't get it.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty cool too. Like she's the one who gets to do that reveal.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's 15 for me too.
All right. Number 13 for me is
14, right?
Rather, okay, you're right. 14 is going to be Reginald.
Okay.
Reginald, basically because of the kill count. I know we don't get a whole lot of them, but he
did set up Anna Hobbs, so he deserves credit.
He did. So you're number 14.
Number 14 is Nancy Loomis.
Ooh.
Or Debbie Salt, or Billy's mother, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So the reason why I put her this high is because number one is Jackie from Roseanne, and I love Roseanne.
Yep.
She has one kill, but it is Randy. So her one kill is a legacy character. Her one kill is a legacy character.
Mm-hmm.
She almost kills Dewey. She stabs him in the sound booth. It's her in that chase scene with I almost called her Monica from Friends with Courtney Cox with Gail. that is her in that chase scene, which is one of my favorite chase scenes in the franchise.
Hey Rob.
So I got to give her credit for that.
Yeah.
And then also for me, she is the most shocking reveal in the franchise. Not because it's just, oh my god, it's Debbie Souls, but it's a two for
Billy
one.
Loomis's mom.
It's like you never expected to be her, but then you never expected to be Billy's mom on top of it.
Right.
And then for her to really be the mastermind behind it all, it's like, damn.
And trying to be Gail the whole time. Like Gail.
Yeah. So for me, that's why I rank her as high as I did.
I like her a lot. I do like her in the series.
Her reveal is so shocking. So I have her at 14. What do you got for 13?
13, I have Angelina.
Okay.
And I have Angelina just because she is the other killer to Roman. And you know how much I like part 3.
Yeah.
And she had to go somewhere. That may not say a whole lot, but it
No,
is.
it makes sense. I think I kind of had her around here originally, to be honest, and then I moved her
Yeah.
down a bit.
I don't know. I just like the fact that maybe she'll come back. You never know.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if she did.
Yeah. So what do you got for number 13?
Okay, my number 13, I have Piper Shaw.
We're not too far off from that one.
All right, so Piper has a kill count of 2.
Okay.
Which might be surprising to some people who have seen season 1 and think she definitely has more. She doesn't. I'll just leave it at that, and we'll get to the other kills later. She only has a kill count of 2. She's more of like we see her like, is she or isn't she? You know, like she's
a good red herring. She really is.
She is a red herring who turns out to not be a red herring. And I think she's cute. She has like that cute with the glasses kind of look, that Lisa Loeb look.
Yes.
Which I like.
Yeah.
You know, she's a cute character. She's a likable character as Piper. And then when she's revealed, she's batshit crazy.
Yeah.
At the end. So it's like, damn, she can also do scary really well. Like she does like innocent caring really well, and she does scary over the top really well. Hey, welcome definitely. Back, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
So I really do like Piper. I like her as a character. So this was one of those personality ones for me. And you know, I just like the look she makes in the coffee house, and she's watching everything, and she's kind of always there. So yeah, I have Piper Shaw at number 13. What do you got at 12?
Tom.
Me too. Tom Martin.
Yep.
Number 12. Tom Martin has a kill count of 5, by the way.
Yes. First of all, I love the Halloween episode.
100%. I love the mask that he wears.
Yes.
He's got the sack head and the hedge trimmers for the weapon.
Yep. Anna Hobbs.
I like his motive too. He's another one. It's like you almost feel bad for him because he's clearly deranged.
Yes.
But like he has like this like sincerity to his motive.
Yeah.
Like he believes he's doing the right thing, and he's not trying to kill Emma. He's trying to be.
He wants to take her and run away.
He wants to be with Emma.
Yes.
He's literally. I know, Rob. Same with us. We love Scream 3.
Oh yes, me too.
He like. Tom genuinely wants to be with Emma. He's not trying to hurt her. He's trying to kill everybody around her so they can be together.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also like him before we know that he's the killer. Like he's like this good guy. He's like helping them and stuff. And you know, he's just I like the actor that they get to play him. I think he works really well in that cast.
I think he does too.
Yeah. I also like the reveal of how he killed Alex Whitten to prepare for it all. When she finds the body of Alex Whitten in the trunk. That's really cool. And then he takes on Alex Whitten's identity. They think he's Alex Whitten the whole time. He's just some asshole named Tom Martin.
That's why I had Tom/Alex on there.
Yep. So so he's number 12 for both of us with 5 kills.
Yeah. My 11 is Piper.
Okay.
The reason why Piper, even though she only has a kill count, you said of 2.
Yep.
She kind of is the first killer for the whole television brand, even though
she's the first reveal.
There's more to it.
The first reveal.
There's more to it.
Yeah.
But I do like her as a killer. I was completely thrown off. And I did kind of remember some of it when you and I watched it back, but I remember the first time watching it, thinking to myself, I did not see that one coming. I really did.
Nope.
So that's why Piper plus the whole Lisa Loeb thing. But
hell yeah.
So that's why she's at number 11 for me.
Okay.
Your number 11?
My number 11 is Mickey Altieri.
Ooh, okay.
He's got 7 kills, which is high. It's a high kill count. 7 kills. He's obviously the killer in Scream 2, along with Nancy Loomis. Nancy Loomis, she only has the 1 kill of Randy.
1 kill, yeah.
You know, Mickey does the rest.
Yep.
Here's my issue. All right, let me tell you what I really like about Mickey. Mickey was a serial killer before Scream 2. So he has a kill count of 7 that we know of. So we can figure that he's at least, with him being a serial killer, maybe we can credit him with, 9 to 10,
5 more.
9 to 10 kills at least, because you figure at least give him 2 to 3 more kills.
Yep.
Just to be conservative. So even if we're giving him 10 kills, fine, I'm okay with that, because we know he was a serial killer before Scream 2, because Nancy literally says he's an active serial killer, and that's how she found him.
Yep.
My problem with Mickey is this. The last time we see him before the reveal is 45 minutes before the reveal. He's not in the movie for a whole 45 minutes before he's revealed. And I'm going to be honest, the first time I watched Scream 2 in the theater, when it was revealed to be him,
Did you forget?
I literally thought, really? Like, I was kind of disappointed that it was him. Now, I will say this. As soon as Nancy Loomis comes through the door and there's Billy's mother, I was like, hell yeah, okay, this makes up for it. But Mickey being the first Ghostface to reveal himself with the mask on. Remember, Billy and Stu didn't do that in the first movie.
Yeah.
Mickey's the first one to pull off the mask and reveal himself. And I literally remember looking at him thinking, huh. I wasn't overjoyed that it was him.
I like Mickey as a killer.
But I like him as a killer. I just didn't like his reveal.
Yeah.
But also, I think what does it for me is that he was never intended to be a killer. Like in the original script, it wasn't supposed to be him. It was supposed to be Hallie and Derek and Cotton as the three. So Mickey was written in after the script was leaked and everybody found out. So they had it. So Kevin Williamson had to go back and change it, and he made Mrs. Loomis and Mickey the killers. So Mickey was never intended to be the killer.
Which is probably why he got so little screen time.
That's absolutely why. He was supposed to die in between. In between, we see him in the when Derek's singing in the cafeteria. That's the last time we see Mickey before the reveal. Obviously, we see him as Ghostface throughout the movie, but we don't see him as his character until the reveal. But no, and originally in between, in the middle of that 45 minutes, was supposed to be his death scene. So
really,
that's why we would have seen him again. But because they had to take his death scene out of the equation, we don't see him for a full 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's exactly why I have him at number 11. As much as I like the fact that he's a serial killer, I almost wish that idea would have worked better in a later Scream movie. I think it was done too early. And because it wasn't intended to be. Yeah. It was like, imagine having all these movies where it's somebody connected to you, and then all of a sudden it's a movie where it's just a random fucking serial killer.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, wait a minute, why? Who are you? That'd be cool. I don't know. I would like that kind of idea. What do you got for number 10?
Number 10, I have Beth.
Okay.
First of all, she's awesome.
She got 5 kills, by the way.
Yep, she's awesome. She's nuts. And when you take all the crap off of her,
oh my god,
she's actually pretty hot. And some brutal kills. So that's kind of, I mean, look, Beth is the best thing about season 3. Other than the opening, there's no doubt about that in my mind.
Absolutely. I love Beth from the first time I watched it. Even the shit that was annoying me.
Yeah.
I was like, at least I have this character. I hope she doesn't die early on.
Yeah.
And then when she was, she's revealed to be the mastermind and the fucking badass Ghostface that she is, I was like, I'll take it. You know, like,
yeah. Rather than Jamal was, I'm the killer.
Fucking lame.
So that's why she's at number 10 for me.
All right. My number 10, ready for it? Billy Loomis. So I got Billy Loomis at number 10. He's got
too far off.
He's got 4 kills. I'm going to be honest with you. I like Billy more. It's going to sound funny because I know he's only a vision. I like Billy more in Scream 5 than I do in Scream 1.
Really?
Because in Scream 1, throughout the whole movie, up until he looks like he gets stabbed, listen, everybody suspected Billy at some point.
Yes.
Whether you thought he was definitely the killer or not, you had some suspicion. And again, I feel like it's one of those cases where if you say you didn't, then you're lying, because the point of the movie is to make Billy look suspicious.
Yes.
So for me, through the whole movie, I can never really like him that much because I was always expecting him to be the killer. I started like
when they threw you off the scent with the phone call.
This is what I'm saying. Well, no, not really. No, because the like she said, who did you make your one phone call? You had your one phone call. Who'd you call?
Yeah, but that was late in the movie.
But even still, I don't know. It didn't for some reason. I think I was thinking that for some reason I was thinking, well, he has a phone call. I think once he gets fake stab though, that's the moment I was like, oh my god, I feel so bad for him. It really wasn't him. It's like that sad moment, like, damn, now this poor bastard's gonna die. And but I gotta say, I like in Scream 5 that even though he's this vision, that they kind of make him heroic. Like when he's literally like hinting at, like he's telling Sam, like, grab the knife, kill him. I mean, he's really trying to save his daughter's life.
Yes.
So at the end of the day,
Part 6 too.
He's a fucking killer and all, but like it is not even that when she picks up the knife. It's at the end where after she kills Richie and she sees his reflection one last time, and he does like that nod. It's sort of like that Jeremiah Johnson nod.
Yes.
Like that scene in Jeremiah Johnson.
Jeremiah Johnson.
But like that gif of like him nodding. Like Billy kind of gives her that nod, like you did it. You did it. No, but it's like it's like this nice, like fatherly. It's like this weird fatherly moment where he's like, "You did it. You did. See, I told you could do it." And there's just this odd feeling that gives me like this, like the warm and fuzzies. I'm like, all right, I kind of like Billy right there. And
I do. Actually, I like him now. It's weird.
It shows he has like this, like he actually does care about his daughter, visions or not. Like I said, I'm just going by the
same thing in part 6.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I just like the other people, the other killers more than him, so that's why I have him at 10. What do you got for number 9?
Number 9, I have Kieran.
Okay.
He has the highest kill count.
All right, Kieran, for everybody who doesn't know, Kieran Wilcox has a whopping kill count of 16.
Yes.
16, the highest kill count out of any fucking Ghostface.
I do have him as number 9, though. You're not gonna like why. You're not gonna like why I have him as number 9.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I like 8 of them better. That's just first of all.
It makes sense.
But it's like the whole thing with Kevin Bacon's daughter. Why don't they pay somebody to fucking gnaw that thing off of his nose? It bothers me. It really fucking bothers me.
It's not as bad as Kevin Bacon's daughter, though.
No, but it bothers me.
I get it, I do get it.
Plus, he kind of got on my fucking nerves with the whole thing is, will they or won't they, or will they? Does she trust him? Does she not trust him?
That's Emma's
Even after everything, does she trust him now? Does she not trust him?
I blame Emma. I blame Emma more for that, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely, because he comes off as a genuinely good guy. But
I'll talk about him more when I get to him. But I get it. I do get it.
There was this personality of other people that I like better. Now it's coming down to. It had to come down to kill count in the bottom.
Yeah.
A little bit of personality. Now it's coming down to strictly personality for me.
Okay.
And Kieran, So, that's my number 9. Who do you got for number 9?
Number 9, I have Bitchy Kirsch. Richie Kirsch from Scream 5.
Number 9?
Number 9.
He don't kill a fucking person.
Listen, he's got a all right, so I'm gonna mention that. So this is obviously the highest 0 kill count Ghostface I have on here. Okay. But I like his character. I find him entertaining. And not only do I like his character, but I like Jack Quaid, the actor. For those of you who don't know, Jack Quaid is Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan's son. So I think that's really cool. He's like, he's like Hollywood royalty kind of thing as like a killer. Pretty cool. He's a genuinely cool guy. And even in real life, I hear he's like a really nice dude. I don't know. That helps. I don't know. But
does he kind of remind you of Pacey in a way?
He does. He reminds me of Joshua Jackson.
Yeah.
Very much. In fact, when Joshua Jackson was in talks for Scream 6, I thought they were going to have him related to Richie.
Okay.
But I do feel like Richie's just a fun character. He's funny. I like he has like some really good funny lines.
Me too.
But what really puts him high for me is that without Richie, we don't get Scream 6.
Yeah, you're right.
Richie is the reason Scream 6 exists in the way that it exists. I mean, we would have gotten another Scream 6, like a different. But I'm saying, I love.
But it's a very smart film.
I love Scream 6 so much that we wouldn't have gotten this version of Scream 6 without Richie.
You're right.
So I have to give him that credit because there's no shrine without Richie. There are literally, out of the 5 killers in Scream 6, 0 of them exist without Richie.
That's true.
All 5 have to do with Richie.
Yeah.
So, for me, that's really important, and I had to put him as high as I could, justifiably with that 0 kill count. Because
like I said, originally he would have been dead last for me.
Yeah,
but his personality is it kept raising
he's a funny
his
guy.
status with me. Yeah, he is funny.
Mayan, we have Greg and exactly. You wouldn't have Greg and Jason without Richie.
Yeah,
You
no
wouldn't
Greg,
have
no Jason, no Wayne, no Quinn, no
wouldn't have
Ethan.
any of them. Wouldn't have any of them. Exactly. What do you got for number 8?
8, Mickey.
Mickey Altieri.
Yep, Mickey is number 8. I always liked Mickey's character. I always thought he was. I mean, I'm a Timothy Olyphant fan because I like Justified. I like a lot of the stuff he's been in.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yep, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and yeah, he's plays a really good character in that. Now I'm thinking about D-Cop 2. That's not him. But yeah, I was just thinking about that.
I thought it was Caleb Dakota.
we're about due for a watch on that one again, anyway. But
fuck yeah, anytime.
Yeah,
I'll watch that anytime. You know that.
Mickey. I don't know. I just like him as a killer, even though he wasn't supposed to be. And when you say that, I noticed a little bit about Scream 2, and isn't it weird that both Scream 2 and 3 got leaked?
Yeah,
that sucks.
Well,
that really sucks.
Scream 3 wasn't as Scream 3 had multiple scripts, just like the Stab movie within Scream 3.
Yeah.
So that's why. So Scream 3, because of what happened with Scream 2, they had multiple scripts written for Scream 3. So
Smart.
even they kind of just planned on it being leaked. So
yeah,
it wasn't like a huge.
That sucks though.
Exactly.
But yeah, I do like Mickey. I like Mickey a lot as a killer. His reveal, maybe not one of the better ones, but when you look at him and you think of him in the Ghostface mask, he's pretty brutal.
I will say this though, as part of his reveal, he does a great job making Sidney believe that it's Derek.
Yes.
That Derek's
he does.
I like that. I like that, and that's a sad moment because Derek really wasn't going to hurt her.
Yeah, he couldn't do a damn thing about it.
Yeah,
not at all.
Too bad.
Too bad. Fuck him. What do you have as number 8?
Number 8. Okay, now again, I want to make this very clear. We are in periods where I just like this top 8 is like a fucking strong 8 for me personally.
Yes.
So as much as I love him, number 8 is Charlie Walker.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was a little bit higher, but looking at things, I just had to put him here for various reasons. So
no,
I think he's a fucking brutal Ghostface for sure. I mean, I truly think he has the most brutal kill in the entire franchise with Olivia's kill. I mean, the dude plays with her fucking guts.
Yeah,
like he's one of the most. I would say in the top 3 most ghost-like ghost faces, if that makes sense. Like he's like here and then he's there and then he's here and then he's there. Like he's super fast. He's super strong. He's super smart. He's like an ultimate ghost face. I mean, he really is. He's like a Roman, except that he's not the mastermind. And what brings him down for me, unfortunately, is that he falls for it with Jill. He let the pussy overtake his intelligence, and that's what did it. If he didn't fall for Jill's bullshit, you know what I mean?
He would have been higher.
He would have been higher. That was my deciding factor. Is like, what were you thinking? And it's like, and also with Kirby, like, dude, like, sleep with her first, then kill her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he stabs her too soon.
Yeah, you get that right.
But yeah, so Charlie Walker, he has a kill count of 8.
He's a likable character, though. I do like him as a character.
I love he's in the audio club, the movie club.
Yeah.
He has a kill count of 8 compared to Jill's 2, including him. So for all of you Jill lovers, I mean, what the hell?
Jill lover. You're a Jill lover.
But I mean, no, but because people typically love Jill and hate Charlie.
Yeah.
And it's just weird. It's like, really? Like he does everything. Like, like you don't get a Scream 4 without Charlie. So Charlie Walker's 8 kill count is number 8 for me. What do you got for number 7?
Number 7 could have been switched with Mickey, but I felt he was stronger at number 7, and that would be Billy.
Okay. That makes a good point. I had them next to each other.
Billy and Mickey?
Billy and Mickey, because you know what's funny? The first time I watched it, I felt like they looked similar. Like just the way their hair is and stuff. Like when I saw Timothy Olyphant in Scream 2, I was like, huh, like he kind of reminds me of Billy. Like just like the way he talked and the way his like hair, the hairstyle and stuff.
Yeah.
And when I was doing my ranking,
sort of intense.
Yeah, when I did my ranking, I literally had Billy that one step ahead of him because like the one spot ahead because I was like, well, I do like Billy more, but I do, they remind me of each other. But anyway, go on.
So of course, without Billy, there would have been nothing. That includes Stu, because of course, Sydney's mom had sex with Cotton or whatever, and also with Billy's father, and he wanted to get him back. So, without Billy, you have no franchise, basically.
Yeah, because then Roman has nobody to go to.
Right. Yeah, then Roman has nobody. I was going to kind of
like it starts with Roman, but Roman needs Billy to get it going.
Yes.
Exactly.
And Stu. But yeah. So that's and Billy has a very charismatic sort of, even though he's intense, he's also very charismatic. And I think I like the part what we were talking about earlier, where he does kind of get away with it for a while, and you think that it's maybe not him because Ghostface calls. Because the viewer had no idea that there was two killers.
It was genius. Fucking genius.
Yeah, it was. It was freaking genius. So the fact that they were able to throw us off the scent like that, and even do it again when he gets stabbed.
Yep.
It's brilliant. So that's why Billy is number 7 for me.
Another thing with him, he reminds me of those people. There's always people in your life that aren't great people, but for some reason you still want to like
drawn
them.
To them. Yep.
Yeah, they have like this, like you said, they have like this charisma.
Yep.
He does a good job of pulling that off as Billy. Like,
I agree.
Like, it's like you kind of want to be friends with them, but at the same time you don't really trust them.
Sorry, wrong chat. Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
What's your number 7?
My number 7, you ready for this? Because you're not going to like it. My number 7 is Wayne Bailey.
Get the hell out of here.
So,
why?
I put him next to Charlie for a reason. They both have the same kill count. They both have 8 for a kill count.
They're both brutal.
They're both really brutal. They're both really smart. They're both really fast. They're both really strong. I feel like, put them together and imagine the massacre that would happen.
Whew.
Like, imagine if Charlie was one of his kids instead of Quinn and Ethan. Now,
it would make more sense, wouldn't it?
The reason why I put him above Charlie is because he's got that one-handed shotgun kill.
Oh, hell yeah!
He's
off. He's off.
He
does play crazy well.
And I want to bring up the scene when he blames it on Kirby, when he calls Sam and says, get out of there right now. I just got in touch with Atlanta. It's so convincing. I'm telling you, when I was watching Scream 6 that first time, I was like, oh my God, it is Kirby. I'll be honest, I was thinking that she probably had an accomplice, but at the same time, I was convinced at that point that it was Kirby, because it was far enough into the movie where it was time for the reveal anyway. So I was like, oh my God, like Kirby just convinced them to lock themselves in this place, and she's the killer.
Yep.
And now the rest of this movie is going to be them trying to avoid her. So he is just so convincing. And I also love his line at the end when he goes, yeah, of course it's me. Like, because a lot of people before the movie even premiered, thought it was going to be him. Like, a lot of people suspected Dermot Mulroney was going to be the killer. And I like the fact that they recognize that, because Scream is a meta franchise. So instead of like trying to like not make it him because that's what people expected,
right?
They divert expectations in all these other ways by having like the core 4 live, even though you think some of them should die.
Maybe it's not him. That's what you start to think.
Exactly. Yeah. So then when it is him, it's like, wow, it's the most obvious fucking person. It really is him.
And I missed it. Yeah.
So I love that he has that line. Yeah, of course it's me. And one last thing with him, I love that Dermot Mulroney in real life was super excited when he found out he was going to be a Ghostface. Yeah. I think that's cool. He was like super into it. He couldn't wait to do it. And yeah, I think he is probably the most, like, one of the most badass Ghostfaces in the franchise. That fucking shotgun kill ended amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you got for 6?
6 might surprise you. I have Kevin for number 6.
Okay, he's also got a kill count of 8, by the way.
Kevin's awesome. I like Tom Everett Scott. I think he's a great actor. I like him as her father. You feel genuinely bad for the guy. Like, he has some real big problems. He didn't know how to deal with them, so he left. not knowing the entire time that none of this would have happened if it wasn't for him. He is Brandon James.
Exactly. And I'm going to definitely touch on that when I get to him.
Yeah, he is Brandon James. And
I love the storyline.
Yeah, you and me both. So this is Kevin is Emma's father, or Emma's absentee father. He is in, of course, second season more, first season, second season, and the Halloween episode. And you find out he does a few badass things, like he's the one that kills Kieran, and the guard,
and the other cop in season 2 as well.
He's just so damn. He's awesome.
Yeah,
awesome. Yeah, Kevin. I wanted to put him higher, but I couldn't justify with my top 5.
Okay.
He just kind of just eked out just by an inch.
All right.
So what do you have for number 6?
Number 6, and I had her higher at one point. I had to move her down a bit. That is Beth. I love Beth.
Ooh, okay.
I love Beth. I mean, first of all, I mean, I love that she is the horror fan finally that becomes. I mean, I know Charlie did it too, but like people always remember Kirby as like that horror fanatic in Scream 4, but like Beth is the slasher horror fan of season 3 of Scream. She is the one basically telling them all how it's going to work. And she also pulls it off well where you expect her, but you don't. It's like you kind of go back and forth with her. You know, she does a really good job of that. And then I feel like she sells it at the end too, because I actually believed it was the other broad at the end, that it wasn't Beth. So, you know, then, you know, she lives in a funeral home. That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
That episode is my favorite episode of the season in the funeral home. And that's also the season.
I'd say so.
That's also the episode when she has all the makeup off and none of her piercings.
Yep.
And I have to say, she is so naturally fucking pretty.
Yep.
Like it's so cool because you see, and I'm not saying she's not good looking with all the makeup, because you can see beneath the makeup and the piercings. You know, she still has like the sexiness to her, especially her personality. But when Amir shows up at her house and she doesn't have any of the makeup like you can understand his reaction when he's like, whoa,
wow,
like, and then it's like, I mean, she is like, I mean,
she's a knockout. She is.
She really is.
And she's a really good character, though. And
she's also really brutal for like a cute little thing. I
just wish she was in a different season.
That is her downfall, and that's why I put her out of my top 5.
Yeah,
Beth is literally punished for the season where she is. I would have loved to see like Beth as like, say, like the Quinn character in 6 or something.
Still,
like
6. That's still good.
Oh yeah, she's still high.
Yeah.
I mean, she has that Manny kill, the fire, lighting the car on fire. Yep. She kills the security guard in the hospital.
Yep.
She kills Shane with the ladder.
Yep.
And she also fucking brutally kills Jamal. Like, she's the one who stabs him to death with the pitchfork, and she's the one who got him to do it in the first place. So it's like she did what Jill did, but she did it better.
Yeah, you got that right.
You know, because he was like she did it because her motive was literally she wanted to be a villain like Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Which I love because it's like she wanted to be a horror icon. And the fact that he was stealing her thunder, Jay, she had to kill him too. Yeah. Like, she's fucking awesome. I really,
if you couldn't tell, we think Jill is overrated. So that's the moral of that story.
Beth is literally what everybody thinks Jill is.
Exactly. And she deserves it.
Yep.
Except for this season.
She does it so much better.
But
she saves so much of the season for me.
Yeah.
Like, if not for
she's
Beth,
the one that makes it rewatchable.
Absolutely.
And the opening.
Absolutely. So yeah, Beth is number 6 for me with 5 kills. What do you got for number 5? Top 5 now for kills.
Top 5. Stu at number 5.
Okay. Definitely
Matthew.
Rob said Jill is overrated too.
Yeah, I'm just not a big fan. I mean, she does crazy well, but other than that, I mean, at the end, it's like she just won't go away. And for some reason, not to get off topic or anything, she kind of reminds me of the killer at the end of Black Christmas. Because of the hospital setting, the remake.
Jen, thank you for saying that, because this has literally been months of work leading up to this. We have been planning this stream for a long time, and we have been working on these lists for a long time and changing them and rewatching movies and watching all the seasons and
It's like, I'm not comfortable with number 4. Do you mind watching it, Joe? No, I don't mind.
Yeah, we watched the same ones over and over again just to make sure we had as accurate as we could be for our rankings. But
so Matthew Lillard, I think, is awesome. I always liked him as Stu. He is, like you said earlier, the least likely character to be a killer. Just like Mrs. Loomis, they play against type, and I think that helps him become more endearing.
And when Billy's
funny too.
When Billy got stabbed, or when you think he gets stabbed in Scream, I remember the first time I watched it thinking, well, I guess that means it's Stu. But I still wasn't thinking it was Stu.
Right.
It was just that there were so
playing against type.
There were so few characters left that I was convinced it wasn't Dewey or Gail or Randy. So I was
I thought it was Dewey for a while.
I thought it was him maybe for a little bit, but I was thinking more so that it might be Stu, but even still I wasn't thinking that it was. Like it was like I guessed that it's Stu, but I was like, what am I missing here? Like is it really him? Are they really going in that direction? So then when it was both of them, it was like, oh, okay, it's both of them.
Yeah.
That makes more sense, you know?
Yeah, because how can you be in two places at one time?
Yeah.
Yeah. With one person. What's your number 5? I knew who it's going to be. Can I take a guess?
Okay.
Kevin.
No.
Ah, damn.
My number 5 was, I'm going to be honest, was number 2 for maybe like a day or two.
Okay.
But for a reason, and that is because it is Kieran Wilcox.
Okay. Well, you see, that's understandable.
Listen,
because
he's got 16 fucking kills.
Yeah, he's a badass. He's
got 16 kills. All of the kills that we do like in the Scream TV seasons of like the first 2 seasons and the first two seasons, they're Kieran. So for the people thinking, Piper had more kills in season 1, no, she only did 2 of them, and the rest of them were Kieran. And then Kieran,
but you don't know that until the end of the second season.
And then in season 2, they're all Kieran.
Yep.
So again, if we're counting Angelina, which we are, and don't get me wrong, I still love Roman. Clearly, he hasn't shown up on my ranking yet. I still love Roman. But if we're looking at like killers who work alone, Kieran killed 16 fucking people, and Piper only killed 2 people while he was killing 16.
Yeah.
And then in the entire season 2, he's working alone. Piper's already dead. So there's nobody helping Kieran in season 2. In fact, there's a killer working against him in season 2.
Yeah.
So in season 2, Kieran is doing all of it himself, and in creative ways, like he literally kidnaps Zoe, puts her in a coffin, fills her with water, and just leaves her there.
That's a rough death.
Then stabs Noah, kidnaps him, throws him in a coffin, buries him alive. Like he's doing all this stuff. He hangs Jake by his friggin' ankles and slices him down his stomach.
Hell yeah.
He does all this. He kills Seth. He chops off his hand, and basically, I don't know. I'm so impressed with everything Kieran is able to accomplish, while still framing Eli for all of it.
Yeah,
like the way he pulls
the
way he pulls the photos out of the bed, and you think, oh my god, like why would Eli have this paperwork? And and he comes across.
I thought it was Eli in the second season. You probably did too.
Here's the real kicker: the fact that Kieran ties his own fucking hands, ties a knife to his own hand, tapes his mouth shut after killing a security guard in a funhouse.
Yep.
So that way, when the killer, the Ghostface, comes stumbling out of the funhouse and all the cops have the guns on him, when they pull the mask off, it's Kieran with duct tape on his mouth, with a knife duct taped to his hand to make it look like the real Ghostface is framing Kieran. From that point on, I was like, it is absolutely not Kieran. I fell for it 100%, hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
Because it was just a brilliant fucking move.
Yeah, he's a smart killer.
So the fact of how smart he is, like Billy, he manages to get the final girl to sleep with him multiple times in this case.
Yeah.
While also sleeping with the other killer in Piper. And having a brutal kill count. I mean, he literally rescues Seth from prison just to kill him in the next season.
Yep.
Like he literally breaks into a prison, kills the security guards, and then helps a prisoner escape. I mean, Kieran is like, again, he's a fucking a nutcase. He checks off all the boxes when it comes for killer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's a good kid.
smart, fast, brutal, all that. So Kieran is number 5 for me.
Number 4 is Charlie for me.
Okay.
Yes, I know that Joe controls Charlie, and he seems like kind of the pathetic horror nerd. But man, is he brutal! And just like we were saying before, the brutality, the quickness, the strength, he's got it all. He probably would have been higher had he not been Jill's bitch boy.
Yeah.
Because I really like Charlie. I think he's clever. He's kind of got that charisma as well, like Billy does.
Yeah.
So that's just Charlie from me for number 4. What's your number 4, Joe?
My number 4 is Stumacher.
I knew it. I would have called that.
Stumacher, for the longest time he was like number 2 or number 3 for me. I have him at number 4 now. He has 3 kills, but even though he only has 3 kills, I mean, the first Scream movie doesn't have that many kills for one. And secondly, even though he only has 3 kills, he literally he's Ghostface more than Billy is in the first movie.
Yep.
He has, he's wearing the costume more. He's doing more chase scenes. He's doing more stabbings. I mean, he's also the one that stabs Dewey and, and almost kills him. He's doing a lot more than Billy is, even though Billy has a higher kill count than him in Scream 1. Stu kills Steve. Stu kills Kenny. He's also the Ghostface that hides in the closet and attacks Sid, like we talked about earlier.
That's the mic drop right there.
Yeah,
I think that's the mic drop because, like you said, you were making a joke about him playing Sudoku. I literally think because he hadn't had that much experience at that time, he was probably in there amping himself up to do this.
Yep.
And you can tell because the way he ends up coming out of the closet is like, bam. You know what I mean?
And I think my favorite thing about Stu too is his reveal. There is something so chilling when when Billy turns around, shoots Randy, and he says, we all go a little mad sometimes. And then, the corn syrup thing, Sydney now knows that Billy is the killer. Okay. Yeah. She runs into Stu's arms, only he does not put his arms around her.
He looks like a goon, doesn't he?
He stays there and he doesn't even look at her. He's staring off at Billy, like into the distance, like he's looking through the wall. And then he takes the voice and he says, whatever. He does
surprise,
the voice.
Sydney.
Yeah, surprise, Sydney. And there is something so scary about it because the rest of the movie, he's not a scary character. Yeah. But in that scene, once you know that it's him, it's like, wow, this is like a new kind of Matthew Lillard here,
But even so, and this is why I like Stu so much, why he ended up being number 5 for me and just number 4 for you. When they reveal both killers and they're explaining their motives and all that kind of stuff with dear old dad and everything like that, Sydney's dad, you can still you see Billy's brood, like he's dark and brooding. But even though Matthew Lillard is a killer, you still see that goofiness, but it's been kind of replaced by a bit of unhingedness. It's like, well, that wasn't always goofy. He's fucking crazy.
And also about him is like, people think about him as being funny and goofy. But he's also physically imposing.
Yes.
He's bigger than Billy. Guy. He's bigger than Billy. He's bigger than a lot of the other ghost faces.
Yep.
So it's like you put him in a room with other ghost faces, he's going to do a pretty good job, like defending himself. I mean, he's, you know what I mean? Like he's no slouch. I mean, he helped Billy kill Maureen. He's the one who kills Steve and, and Kenny, and he's
framed Cotton.
He helped frame Cotton exactly. So he's
very smart too.
He's a good ghost face. I love Stu, and I can understand why he has such a fan base.
Yeah.
All right, top 3. What do you got for number 3?
Roman, number 3.
Okay. So Roman Bridger, if we give Angelina the 1 kill, that gives him 7.
Doesn't matter to me. I think he's brilliant.
I'm just saying. Most people would credit him with 8. We're going to credit him with 7 because we're going to give 1 to Angelina.
Yeah.
So.
maybe
So
2. It doesn't matter.
yeah,
I still like Roman. I think he's brilliant. I like the motivation. I know a lot of people have a problem with part 3, but when you get to that screening room in that house, which is awesome, by the way, and you hear the motivation, you said something that really got to me the other day. And I've seen the movie so many times that it doesn't dawn on me anymore that
nice, man.
Sidney doesn't know who he is.
And that's the genius of it. And
Yes.
and again, it's another thing that people hate about Scream 3. People don't like that she has no screen time with Roman.
But that's the
I
genius of
I
it.
see it as a positive.
Yes.
He
Me
takes the
too.
mask off. We know who it is. She really doesn't. Like
Yep.
she's like baffled.
Who the
Like
hell
who
is
the
this?
hell is
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
And not to mention that it's her own brother that she doesn't know about yet.
That makes the reveal more impactful for me.
His reveal is my favorite reveal of all.
Yeah.
I know we're
Mine
not.
too.
I know we're not. We're not doing reveals. We're not ranking reveals. But Roman's reveal when he pulls off the mask and he does the whole monologue, he has the best final monologue for me
I
out of
agree.
all the Scream killers.
And he's like, the whole thing about Randy saying the supernatural part, he has that bulletproof vest on. So you think you shot him, and that becomes a running, not joke, but like a running thing throughout the rest of the Scream franchise that you have to shoot him in the head because of
Yeah,
the bulletproof vest.
exactly. And he takes more punishment than any other Ghostface.
And he keeps coming. I love
And
it.
and I also will say this: he's been the closest to killing Sidney. When I
Yes.
first time I watched Scream 3 in theaters, you got to realize it was marketed as a trilogy. It was marketed as the final film. When he shoots Sidney out of nowhere, when you think Sidney's gonna go after him, and then he comes, he sits up and shoots her. I was like, he did it. Like, and
At
like
the end. Yeah.
the way the music was playing, it's like that, like sort of like the music sounds like it's coming to like a final, like the final cue,
Yep.
and it looks like she's dead. And meanwhile, it looks like as Dewey and Gail are trying to break in, it looks like he's about to escape from the other side of the room. And I'm
Yep.
like, oh my God, he
He
just
actually
killed
killed him.
Sidney
Yep.
and he's going to escape and no one's going to ever know. And
I
that's what
think
I
it
thought
would
was
have
going to
been
happen.
cool if he would have.
Me too. Me
Yeah.
too.
I really
But
like Roman as a killer. And I noticed that he hasn't been in your list yet, right?
nope.
There we go. Number 3 for you, Joe.
Now this is tough because I could have gone back and forth with 3 and 2.
Okay.
But I settled on this and I'm going to go with Amber Freeman.
Ooh.
So I have
okay.
Amber here. You know how much I love Amber.
Yes.
Amber is, one of the few ghost faces to do all of the killing in one movie.
Yes.
I mean, she's up there with with Karen to do all the kills
And
in
Roman.
one. Well, Angelina.
Technically,
yeah.
well, if you did give it to her, which I guess you have to.
Yeah, you have to give her Jennifer.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
So
She's
Amber
brilliant.
is technically the only one to do all of the killing in a movie, and so she has a kill count of 6. Amber,
Okay.
I love her reveal, like Mayanne is saying. I like when when Liv is like, I'm not the killer, and she's like, I know, and she shoots her in the head. She's like, I am. I love that. Like I said earlier, I love her coming out of the house pretending like she got stabbed, and then she says "fuck it" and shoots Gail. That's awesome as well. I love how she has those two sides to her. Like she has like those smug faces, but she's very caring to Tara until
Yeah.
she ultimately tries to kill her again after attacking her in the opening. But there's just something cute about her too. Like she has like this cuteness to her. I like Mikey Madison. Mikey Madison as a real person, as the actress, is a huge Roman fan. It's her favorite Scream killer. She loves Roman. Her favorite Scream movie is Scream 3.
Yeah.
I just love that. I love that about her. So it adds to the character for me. And she's
Yes.
just absolutely brutal. And now can I forget? She kills in that six kill count. She kills not one but 2 legacy characters. She
Yes.
kills Sheriff Judy Hicks, and she finally kills Dewey, something that nobody else was ever able to do.
Yep.
And I like when he says not today, and then like she attacks him and she goes, yes, today. And then she kills him, and then after she stabs him and guts him, she goes, it's an honor, and then she kicks him over.
Yep.
Like it's so badass. When I watch that scene, I get chills because I'm sad, but I get chills because it's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Like it's an
You're
awesome
right.
kill. So for me, she is number 3, and honestly, she could be number 1 if I could really validate making her number 1 if I wanted to. but
Yeah.
I'm going to keep her at number 3 for now.
Well, I'm going to piggyback off of you and go with my number 2, which is Amber.
Okay.
I have a lot of love for Amber because she is absolutely brutal. And when you and I started discussing, we watched it. Well, we watched part 5 probably 3 times together now.
Yeah, a bunch of times. Yeah.
When we started talking about who was doing the killing, and you said, well, technically you probably could have given Wes. Was it Wes or Hicks?
No, Wes is the only one that Radio Silence said people can credit Wes for the Wes kill.
Richie.
But they credit Richie for the West kill, but they said they absolutely see no reason for there to be 2 people there, and that Amber definitely was there.
Right.
So Richie didn't kill anybody. No matter how much people want to believe that Richie killed anybody, if you listen to enough Radio Silence interviews and read enough of them, Radio Silence has all but confirmed that Amber has every kill in 5, and then Sam confirms it in 6 when she says, he made his girlfriend do all the killing for him.
Yep.
Like he literally did.
And she is such a badass, man. She's
nice, Sean.
It was good to see a killer making popcorn. It was nice to see a woman killer really tear it up. Yeah, and the fact that she's number 2, I mean,
her and Beth are high for me for that, for the 2 really good female killers,
Yeah, my next girl killer is Beth at number 10.
Yeah.
So Amber's just a badass, and I at first she was kind of that whole smugness. I didn't get it as much as I do now.
Oh, I love it.
But yeah, it's great.
I love it.
So Amber is my number 2. Your number 2 is, and I know it's one of the. Okay.
My number 2 is Roman Bridger.
Ooh, I'm surprised.
All right, so I want to make this very clear. Obviously, Roman Bridger is my favorite Scream movie killer. As far as the Scream movies go, I fucking love Roman. I always have. I think he's the ultimate, and I can still say this: he's the ultimate Ghostface, and that's not a lie. Even though he's number 2, he's my favorite Ghostface because my number 1 technically isn't a Ghostface. My number 2 is he's not. I mean, you know what I mean? So. Yeah. My favorite killer to wear the Ghostface mask is Roman Bridger.
Yeah.
He's the one that started it all. It wasn't Billy Loomis. It was Roman who started it all. Yep. He's the mastermind. He's the one who got Billy and Stu to do it in the first place. He's the director directing them how to do it. I fucking love the fact that he leaves the photos after every kill with a note on them. I love when he leaves the photo of Maureen and they turn it over and he underlines I and it says I killed her.
Yeah.
Yep. That the first time I watched it, it gave me chills.
Yep.
Because I was like, oh my God, there was a 3rd killer in the first Scream. And then like when Mark kind of confirms it, and he's like, that means there was another killer. And even though it wasn't exactly like that, Roman was the one who got them to do it. So I just love it. We talked about him enough already. I love his reveal. I love the fact that he's the brother. I love the fact that he almost does get away with it. He almost kills Sidney. Yeah. He was the smartest of all the ghost faces. He was, in my opinion, one of the strongest ghost face in that sense, where he takes on some big characters and kills them on his own.
Yep.
Smart, fast, all that. Roman is number 2 for me.
Number 1 for me is Wayne.
I figured number 1.
Yeah. And maybe it's because I've watched part 6 a lot now. Well, 4 times. But man, he's brutal, and like you said, that look, I love the mask that he wears. First of all,
he's our first cop killer too. I mean, yes. that's something worth acknowledging.
Right. I like the fact that he did it for his family. I think that's noble. He's still a wacko.
Yep.
I like the mask that he wears because he wears Billy's mask.
Yep.
The 1-arm shotgun kill. We talked about all this.
Oh, amazing.
I mean, it's just he's a badass. He really is.
Yep. And
it's almost like he's mentoring his children how to become what he's become.
Yep.
Not exactly great parenting, but
well, Tara says that. Great parenting, by the way.
Yeah, great parenting, by the way. Yeah.
And then
not exactly great parenting, but he's just a badass. And I like the fact that he was so convincing.
Oh, absolutely.
When he throws him off the trail, and he did it more than once.
Yep.
That's what gets me. So Wayne is my number 1. Roman's close. Amber had to be in between, but yeah. All right, you're number one, and I know who it is.
So my number one killer in the Scream franchise is Kevin Duvall.
Yep.
Okay, so Kevin Duvall, he has an 8 kill count. Let me go. I'm gonna go through it very quickly because I mean we'll get through the movies fast anyway, ranking them. But let me go through this quickly. Why I love Kevin Duvall so much. There is no Scream TV series at all
Yep.
without Kevin Duvall.
Absolutely.
Kevin Duvall set up Brandon James.
Yep.
Back in Halloween 1994. Kevin Duvall framed himself as the sole survivor. So what we have is not a final girl, but a final guy in Kevin Duvall. Because
Yeah.
he was the final guy, it messed him up, so we think, at first. Turns out, though, he actually set up Brandon James because Brandon James was banging Kevin's girlfriend,
Yes.
oddly enough, and got her pregnant.
Maggie.
So, yeah, I mean, not to say that he should go on a massacre, but I kind of
Right.
feel for Kevin.
Yeah,
He,
I mean,
you know,
to a certain degree.
he kind of lost his shit. He goes on a Halloween massacre now. He did it on Halloween. Goes on a Halloween '94 massacre, kills a bunch of high school pricks that he didn't like.
Gets away with it.
To frame Brandon James, and then gets away with it.
Yep.
Then comes back, saves Emma. First of all, he comes back. He gets in a bar fight, completely fucking drunk, and still kicks the fucking shit out of the dude, which
Yep.
is so awesome. Which is an important scene because of later on it gives something else away.
Yeah, definitely.
Then, when Emma and Audrey are pretty much done, I mean, there's nowhere for them to go. They're gonna get killed. He comes and saves them by killing a cop to save his own daughter and her best friend.
Yep.
Which I think is a noble thing to do, I guess.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
And
I
then,
mean, yeah.
You know, I'm just saying, like, you know, his intent, not the action, but his intent was noble.
Right. Right.
And then he kills, you know, the security guard in the prison, so that way he can kill Kieran Wilcox because Kieran Wilcox fucked with his family. So if you want to look at Bailey for protecting his kids, you know, I mean, Kevin is doing the same thing. And the reason why Kevin stands out to me is because I think he is the most badass killer. I feel like I would put him toe to toe with any of the others because of he's clearly trained in the way that he fights, in the way that he kills, like the way he moves and stuff.
Sizable too.
He's sizable. He literally breaks into a prison, like the court. You know what I mean? So he's clever enough to do all that shit. But at the end of the day, he doesn't only get away in 1994. He gets away again.
Gets away with everything.
Nobody ever knows, except for the viewers, that it's him.
Yep.
Like the last thing we see in the Halloween special is Kevin Duvall getting away with it once again. And for me he checks all the boxes. I think he is so impressive. And he's the guy who took down the 16 body count killer.
Yeah.
On top of it,
right.
you know what I mean? So like Kieran's
Even
no
though
slouch.
he was kind of, you know, shackled and all that kind of stuff. But still, he did get him. Yeah,
exactly. But it all lead. But what Kevin helping out all led to the Kieran being captured. You know, so Kevin Duvall is my favorite killer in the Scream franchise, and I am sticking to that.
He was number 6 for me, so he was high. I probably could have even put him higher because of his kill count.
When the Halloween episode ends, when I saw it for the first time and I saw him standing over Kieran's grave, I think I literally screamed "Holy fuck" out loud, and I was watching it by myself because it was like, oh my god, it was all along, it was in our faces.
Yep. All 2 seasons in the Halloween special.
Yep.
Yep. It's just such a great ending. Oh my god.
It is
such a great ending for that. All right, now we're going to do the franchise
grand finale here. We're going to get through these pretty fast.
Because we talked at length about a lot of what we like about the films and what we.
So now, of course, we're going to rank the movies from our least movies in seasons included, from least favorite to favorite. So there's going to be 10 here, obviously. So what do you have for your least favorite of the movies or seasons?
We probably have the same thing.
We have the same thing, and that's season 3.
Season 3, yeah.
Scream Resurrection.
Beth was the saving grace of season 3, and it is still worth a watch. Don't let us. I feel like we're kind of doing the whole thing with I Know What You Did Last Summer, the series, just to make this quick and short. But watch it; it's worth a watch.
Absolutely. Truthfully, Beth alone is worth a watch.
Yes.
Because she is a killer who deserved better. Like she's like, if she was in a movie, I think people would love her as a killer.
Yep.
You know, she's like an Amber. She really is. She's like an Amber in a Jill. Like just a better version of a Jill.
Yeah.
So yeah, so Resurrection for us, you know, like we said, we weren't huge fans of the setting, you know, of the cast, the political agenda that it had.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
it just
racial agenda.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Too much.
season 3 is in last place for us. What do you have for ninth place?
This is going to surprise you. It's Scream 4.
Okay, it doesn't really surprise me.
I like Scream 4 a lot, but I kind of have the same mentality you do, where I don't remember how much I like it until I watch it again.
Yep.
And I think that's the problem with the movie overall. And as we said before, the opening, the 3 false openings or 2 false openings, and then the real one, it kind of gets a little monotonous. I'm not a fan of Jill. You're not either. Other than that, and of course the Vaseline on the whatever filter they use, I don't like. You don't like that either. Mm-hmm. Other than that, it's a great flick. And I don't like they don't use the red right hand in it. So
I agree.
Other than that, I like it. I mean, there is not a weak. Season 3 is the weakest for me. With that being said, it's still watchable. What is your number 9?
Number 9 is Scream 2. So originally it wasn't, and then when we watched them again, I have to put Scream 2 here. Now, that's saying a lot because I fucking love Scream 2. Problem is, I do think it suffered from the rewrites, and they were very quick rewrites, unfortunately, because they wanted to get the movie out.
While,
you know,
they wanted to strike while the iron was hot.
And I do think it suffers slightly for it. I think, don't get me wrong, I think Kevin Williamson did a fucking fantastic job fixing the fact that he had to rewrite it and doing what he did, you know, to come up with what he did. But at the same time, like I said, I do think there's just some things that suffer, like the fact that we don't see Mickey for a good 45 minutes before his reveal. So I do think the first time you're watching it, you're kind of like, who's that again? Like, why is he important? So there's things like that that sort of do it. You know, again, the setting, even though I like college settings, it's not a standout setting. So that drops it down. The kills aren't hugely standout kills, so that drops it down. So at the end of the day, I just have to put Scream 2 here, even though I could have swapped it with my next one, but we'll get to that. So what do you got for number 8?
Number 8 is Scream 2.
Okay.
And it's for the exact same reasons you said, except for the Mickey thing. I do like Mickey, but if I remember correctly, when I watched it the first time, I do remember being a little baffled that it was him.
Me too.
Because they didn't really show him a whole lot in the film.
Well, that's exactly why, yeah.
Because of the rewrites.
Yeah.
I do like the end, the whole stage setting, the whole third act, I think is pretty good, pretty solid. Some cringeworthy moments with but I like it. Jerry O'Connell singing to her.
Also the chase scene, which we mentioned earlier. I do love that chase scene and the sound. I mean, that's fucking
I do
great.
too.
It's an awesome scene.
Other than that, it's a solid film. I like the opening, except for, of course, Jada Pinkett Smith.
It's a fantastic follow-up.
Yes.
I mean, without a doubt. For being Scream 2 and following Scream, it's really good.
I really didn't expect it to be as good as it was when I first watched it.
Exactly.
It's not that I didn't have faith in Wes Craven.
No, but
if you're trying to follow an iconic film.
Yeah.
And that is not an easy feat for anyone.
Yep.
And that's why he never wanted to do Nightmare on Elm Street 2, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what is your number 8?
So my number 8 is Scream 4.
That we just had them reversed.
The two that I actually reversed because I originally had Scream 4 after Scream 2. But truthfully, when we watched Scream 2 and Scream 4 again, I found that I was enjoying Scream 4 a little bit more while we were watching it.
Interesting.
Now, I will agree, there's something about it that doesn't stick, though.
It does.
Like, after, like, even right now, I'm like, don't I like Scream 2 more than Scream 4? But I just think if I'm watching Scream 2 and Scream 4 back to back, I kind of enjoy Scream 4 a little bit more. And I think it's because of Charlie. I think it's because of Charlie. I think it's because of Kirby. I like the Stabathon. There are things I like more in Scream 2, but there are things that I like more in Scream 4. It does have that filter that annoys me. But
I wish they would have played Red Right Hand because it's such a staple.
That too, yeah.
Yeah.
And Scream 4, I know you kind of include it in the first trilogy, and I do too, but it is sort of like that weird bridge film where you had the trilogy, they skipped 11 years, had Scream 4, skipped another 11 years and had Scream
Yep.
5 and Scream 6. So Scream 4 is just kind of in the middle there.
Yeah,
It's like an
kind of
oddball.
in the abyss.
Yeah.
It's still a competently made film, and I still think it's great. It's a fun watch.
And it's Wes's last film, so.
Yeah. Very sad. All right. Number 7, I have season 1 from
Me
the
too.
show.
Me too.
Really? Interesting. I love the seasons. I think they're great, all except for season 3, which is of course, my weakest one. We already talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
But getting to meet the cast in season 1, the location is good. It's better than I remember. So I think I kind of goofed on that one a little bit. But, Noah, Audrey, Brooke, Emma, yeah, Kieran. And like I said, I like the cop better from the first one.
Yeah.
Kieran's dad.
Yeah.
He's messed up. But anyway.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Season 1.
That's another thing about Kieran, by the way. Kieran killed all 3 of his parents. He killed his mom, his dad, and his stepdad.
Yep.
So you want to talk about a fucking crazy killer. Kieran killed 3 fucking parents.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
So I have season 1 as well here. For the same reasons. It's just I really couldn't justify putting it higher.
Yeah.
But I love season 1 because that's what got me hooked on the show. That made me fall in love with the characters.
Yep.
And want to continue watching. So again, don't let us deter you from watching season 1.
No, not at all.
We
this
literally
is such a solid series.
Think about it. We literally have season 1 above Scream 2 and Scream 4.
Yep.
So think about that, guys, who haven't seen it, But yeah. So what do you got for number 6?
Okay, number 6 is a tough one for me. So I did bunch the seasons together because to me they feel like they go together, and the Halloween episode. So for number 6, I do have the Halloween episode.
Me too.
Now,
Halloween special.
The reason why is because I wanted more. I think that they should have taken this island
in a good way, right?
With Anna Hobbs.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said in a good way, right? Like the same way I want more. Yeah.
I wanted a 10 to 13 episode. I think that's what you build a 10 to 13 episode.
It's too short.
Season on.
Exactly. It's too good.
Right.
It's
too condensed short. Being the way it was. I think they could have taken season 1 and made a hour and a half movie out of it. Where the Halloween special should have been like maybe season 3 after season 2.
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Yep.
And but I do love the Halloween special though. I love the fact that there are multiple killers.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, for the same reasons. You get 3 killers in the same, feature length special. It's a feature length. It's pretty much a movie. It finishes up season 2 while also doing its own thing. You have the island setting. It takes place on Halloween.
I love island horror too. That's one thing I've noticed about myself.
Exactly. Yeah. Awesome kills. Nice homages like Lamp 45 Lamp Kid Lane, the Halloween.
Yes.
They use that.
Yes. And the house is gorgeous.
Yep. But for me, ultimately, it's not even just the Tom reveal; it's the Kevin Duvall reveal.
Yes.
At the end, and it's the fact that Noah uses the Anna Hobbs story.
Yes.
To basically tell the audience this is exactly what happened with Brandon James. Yeah. Anna Hobbs was like the Brandon James, and Reginald Whitten was like the Kevin Duvall.
Yeah.
Like it's literally giving you the answer that you didn't think that you got. And then just in case you didn't get it, they showed Kevin standing over Kieran's grave. So I still don't understand how people didn't see it. But
yeah, definitely.
It's just so smart. But yeah, so the Halloween special is number 6 for me as well.
All right. 5 is tough. It's season 2 for me.
Okay.
I do love season 2. I think it's great. I like the reveal that it's Kieran at the end, and the fact that he had set up Eli. Mm-hmm. Of course, it has your favorite kill, and it's one of mine as well because it's brutal and it's sad at the same time.
It's a really well thought out kill too.
Yeah, because you think you're going to lose Noah.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think you're going to lose his girlfriend. So yeah,
it's the fact that she's really dead. Good. It's the fact that she's dead all that time too.
Yeah,
like it's like
yeah,
they're attempting to save her.
Creepy looking too.
she's already been she's already been dead for like hours, and by the
Yeah,
time they get to her, it's like it doesn't even matter.
yeah. So that's why season 2 is at number 5, simply because I like four things better than season 2.
Okay.
What's your number 5?
Scream 3. So this was a tough one for me because Scream 3, I mean, literally used to be like my favorite. um, it's just like what you just said. There are just things that I like more than it now.
I get it. I
Um,
do. I get it.
Scream 3 is, other than the first Scream, Scream 3 is my wife's favorite Scream sequel. So she would have it ranked at like number 2. She loves Scream 3. I love it. Obviously, I love Roman. Um, but at the end of the day, I just have to look at every little
The other ones you like
detail.
better.
Yeah, and there
Yeah.
are the other ones I do just like slightly more. I mean, I love this franchise as a whole,
Yeah.
but I
It
have
really is great.
I mean, there's just no way to rank all of them at number 1.
Yeah.
So what do you got at number 4?
Number 4, I have Scream 5.
Me too.
I think it was a great way to introduce new characters. I think they knocked it completely out of the ballpark, where I find Scream 6 to be a better film overall. There would be no Scream 6 without Scream 5.
Yeah.
So Scream 5 sets up the whole new dynamic of characters that you have, while bringing in enough nostalgia to win everybody over. It is one of the smartest films, I think, in the franchise.
It's exactly how you should do a requel.
Without a doubt. And I mean, I know they joke about that in the film, but it is. It literally is. It's done so well. I like the fact when they talk about toxic fandom.
Because it's true.
It is. It's such a smart film. Such a freaking smart film.
So for me, Scream 5 is at number 4 because, first of all, it's like a weird comfort movie for me now.
Yes.
I feel like it's one of the most rewatchable of the whole, and I think they're all rewatchable. But Scream 5 for me is like, I love to just throw it on and just have it on in the background or while I'm watching or whatever. I just love Scream 5. I love the new characters. I obviously, we talked about Amber. I love Amber. I love that it's the perfect way to do a requel. I love the toxic fandom because it's a win-win situation for the movie. If people love the movie, it's win. If they hate the movie, it just proves the movie.
Fandom.
It just proves the movie's point that it's a toxic fandom.
Yep.
So it's a win-win. It's so brilliant. People complain about the timing not making sense of Sam, but it's a joke. It's a meta thing. Whereas if you pay attention to the franchise, they literally say in Scream 4 that Stab 5 has time travel. And with the Scream movies trying to mimic the Stab movies, the same way the Stab tries to mimic Scream, how do you do time travel in a movie that's grounded in reality? Yeah. By throwing that in there, that it's been 25 years since Billy died, but somehow Sam was only 23 years old. It's just it's just clever. It's a clever way of doing it. It's tongue in cheek. You're not supposed to take it that seriously. Like it's not a goof like people think that it is. That was done purposefully. The writers
everything
said that.
was intended.
Exactly.
Everything was intended, and that's why it's so smart. Exactly. And if you really, it's the whole thing with Halloween Ends, which I don't want to get on a tangent, but if you really look at Halloween Ends as a film, everything was intentional.
Yep.
And I don't think that people get that. I think people, they ran out of ideas, or geriatric Michael couldn't fight Laurie for whatever. But it's a smart film.
And I've said that about the Scream franchise before, and I got shut down. Remember, I said the Scream franchise is a thinking man's slasher franchise.
Exactly.
As far as slashers go, it is. I mean, you don't watch Friday the 13th and have to sit there and like analyze things.
It's mindless fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right, Ben. But it's true. Like the Scream franchise.
Sorry, Ben.
They're definitely slasher films that there are more thought put into them. They're smarter slasher films, and that's why I love them so much. So I mean I totally get that. It's a requel the way requel should be done. Scream 5.
Yeah, very intentional. All right, number 3. I have the original Scream. Great movie. Started everything. Absolutely fantastic. Hard for me to justify putting anything above it, but there are 2 films I like more.
Yep.
Billy and Stu, I mean, what more do you have to say?
Yeah.
It changed everything. It
Okay.
really did. It changed slasher movies.
Good.
What's your number 3, Joe?
My number 3 is Scream 6, which we just watched 3 days in a row.
Ooh, 3 days in a row. Hell
So
yeah.
Scream 6, if you guys are paying attention, is my favorite Scream sequel now. So and like I said, with the opening is the closest that it comes to the closest it comes to the original opening. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, the original opening for me can't be topped in the original
Yeah.
Scream, but Scream 6 does come close to at least that shock value and like wow, like the intensity. Um I love Scream 6. I love the core 4. I love the setting. I love the killers. I love the kills. I you know the shrine, the subway, the Halloween setting. Um you know, even the brilliance of, you know, Ghostface leaving the mask behind at every victim, and
That's
then
very smart. Very
right
smart.
down to Sam leaving the mask behind at the very end because she literally just got done killing Bailey. So it's
Yep.
like she leaves a mask behind as well. So
Right.
I just love Scream 6. I was so excited when I saw the trailer, and it
Me too.
it exceeded my expectations when I watched it, and now we've watched it 3 nights in a row leading up to this. So
Hell yeah.
Scream 6 is my 3rd place.
Now here's the funny thing with me. I originally had Scream at number 2,
Mhm.
and my number 2 was at number 3.
Yep.
So because of those last 3 nights, Scream
Yep.
6 is now my number 2.
Figured.
Um, God damn, it's a good movie. Like you said, it's so smart. The kills are brutal. I mean, it's just everything
also
tying into
it's
Richie.
it's also the longest movie in the franchise at
Yeah,
over
but
2
it's the
hours,
best paced.
and it flies by. I think it's the most well-paced out of all of them.
Actually, I think that my number 2 and my number 1, which you already know what it is,
Mhm.
are the 2 best paced movies in the franchise.
Nice.
Scream 4 is pretty fast paced too, but anyway, Scream 6, it's unreal. It's so damn good. So, what is your number 2? I already know what it is, but what's your
My
number 2?
my number 2, believe it or not, is season 2.
Season 2. Yep.
Season 2, I mean, again, like, looking at these as if they were individual movies,
Yeah.
like, season 2 would be like a fucking masterpiece slasher.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you have the episodes are named after other horror movies. So you have, like,
I
Dawn
love
of the
that. I
Dead, you have
freaking love it.
Halloween, you have When
Yeah.
a Stranger Calls, you know, The Vanishing, and they all tie into what's going on in the episode. You know, for the settings alone, the carnival setting, the library setting, the orphanage setting, the farmhouse setting,
It's a
you
great
have
season. It really is.
I mean, you have Kieran setting himself up as, you know, a victim, you know, like I already talked about in the funhouse. You have Kevin Duvall stuff in there. You have
Yes.
all these revelations about Piper and her orphanage and the fact that the teacher went to school with her.
And
You have
Audrey.
the you have the Audrey revelations.
Yep.
You have all these new characters come in that are playing these important roles. Season 2 for me is how you follow up a strong first season.
Yeah.
Season 2,
With a better season.
I love season 2 so much.
Yeah, it's number
Um,
5 for me. It was really high.
I really do. I love it so much, and I literally I can't even rank it any lower than number 2 for me. I That's how much I love it.
Yeah, it's
So
great. Like I said, if the Halloween special would have been made into a long season, we may be talking about something different.
exactly.
But
Me
it's
too,
not.
Sean. Me too, Sean. I got the Scream Uncut VHS.
Nice. Which leaves number 1 for me, which is my favorite Scream movie. A lot of people probably won't agree, but it's Scream 3 for me. The end of the trilogy. There are so many things I like about this movie. I love the opening, even though it wasn't one of my favorites. It's just such a solid film, and I like the fact of Roman as the killer. I like the fact that there's another killer that a lot of people don't think that there's that killer in the film, Angelina.
Mhm.
I like the end. The end is I think is one of the best endings. I mean, we know it's not the end because they did Scream 4, but the way they ended that film, I thought was so symbolic.
Yeah, it's
And
a
it's
great
one of those
ending.
movies where I watch Scream 3 and it gets to the end, I just want to turn it right back around and watch it again.
Exactly.
It's just such a great film.
I agree.
Which leaves your number 1. It's such a
But
tight franchise.
which obviously my number 1 is the original Scream. I mean, I there's no way around it for me. It's literally it's in my top 3 favorite horror films of all time at this point. Um, it is. I
It's
mean,
pretty close. It's close for me too, Joe.
it
All
is.
right.
I just think it's like as far as slasher movies go,
It's so damn good.
it's a slasher movie for slasher fans.
Yep.
It's there's something very nostalgic and comforting about the movie. Almost the same way I have like this certain like nostalgia and comfort with Phantasm, which is my all-time favorite horror movie.
Yep.
And that gives me like a different kind of nostalgia because I was obviously younger when I first saw Phantasm than I was when I saw Scream in theaters.
Yep.
But I do get this weird comfort from watching Scream because of like this nostalgia from like the shots of like the sunsets and the sunrises and like these overhead shots in Stu's
Yep.
house and Sydney's house and the music selection in each scene, the soundtrack of Scream, which I had all the soundtracks back then. Like there is just Scream as a slasher film, as a horror film to me is, you know, the perfect example of a 90s horror classic. Like
Or timeless at this point.
timeless at this point, to me it is
Yeah.
the best horror film of the 90s. And
And like you said before, which I think a lot of people neglect to mention, Scream is so well shot.
mhm,
Don't get me wrong. I love A Nightmare on Elm Street. I do. I love it. I like Last House on the Left. I like Hills Have Eyes. But if you want to talk about what I think is probably the best Wes Craven, the way it's shot,
mhm.
would probably be Scream.
I actually think so. The more I
Yeah.
watch it too, and I've seen it so many times now, obviously, but every time I watch it, I realize how like the technical aspect of it,
Yeah.
how great it is.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, Scream is number one for me. I'll just it's a theater experience I'll never forget. Seeing it open night. Scream is the only franchise where I've seen every single one of them in theaters, and I hope to continue that trend as they come out.
I saw my first one with Scream 6.
I agree, Ben. Kevin Williamson's script is amazing.
It is. It is.
And we
He is
talk.
a really, really talented writer.
Yeah,
You know how much I love Sick
exactly.
and Dawson's Creek.
Yep.
It's just
Yep. And we
he's
talked about how technically, I mean, it's not the first slasher film to have multiple killers as a surprise
right,
because
right.
To All a Good Night did it, but
Yeah.
Scream for some reason, I mean, nobody was expecting it. Nobody was
No.
expecting the 2 killers at the time.
It
Like that
changed
was
everything.
it did
The
it
whole
just
meta thing.
it really changed the landscape of horror.
It did. I know
And
we always crack on our friend Brad for
Elm
saying
Street.
how
Yeah.
Nightmare on Elm Street changed
Mhm.
everything, and in some ways it did. Some ways
Mhm.
it did. But slasher movies were already predominant, and I don't think that a Nightmare on Elm Street saved slasher movies. I think it made them stronger. Now with Scream, I think it saved the slasher movie. It literally
Yeah.
did. I mean, it was gone.
I think what A Nightmare on Elm Street did is I think the best way to put it is it promoted slasher icons.
Yeah.
Because at this point, I mean, you had Michael Myers in 2 films, people wanted him back, yes. But you had Freddy Krueger, who was like a talking slasher icon with a
Yeah.
personality. And it paved the way for people to be like, okay, now we want more of Michael and more of Jason. So I'll give Freddy credit there. I mean, Freddy did that. Scream, I do feel like it changed the face of slasher films and of horror in general at that time.
Yep.
I mean, look at how many movies tried to replicate Scream. Think about it. There's like you can make a whole subgenre of Scream ripoffs.
Yeah. And none of them did it as good.
Yeah, Ben, I know it was definitely at the time people were like scared by it. Like it was a scary movie, Scream, and ironically, that was its original title, Scary Movie. So,
Like the story I told in my
yeah,
in my Bravo thing. I mean, I never seen anyone react like that.
yep,
I saw people scream in theaters. I saw people, cover their eyes, cross their legs, all kinds of stuff. I've even seen people get up and walk out, but I never seen anybody flip out
yep,
at a movie before.
exactly.
And Scream did that in the very beginning, so I didn't get to watch hardly any of the movie until they left.
Yep.
So I was so fucking mad. I wanted to watch it so bad because I hadn't seen it, and I had to wait until they left in order to put it in. I remember that.
That's
It was
funny.
crazy. But
So
yeah,
I mean that wraps up our rankings. This has been like
yeah,
months in the makings, guys. I mean, we know
yeah.
this was a long one, but we kind of figured it would be. I mean, we wanted to really talk about these. So.
We it's one of my favorite franchises now. It hasn't always been that way, but I think Joe got me into it a lot more, and we were able to watch the films. And thank you, Joe, because you talked me through a lot of, well, this person killed this one and this person killed that one, and it makes the series fun again, because you're not just talking about Stu and Billy killing people, because once that's revealed, then some of the charm is gone. But then you get some of the charm back when you start talking about the logistics of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. I appreciate it. I do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you've come to like this franchise as much as you do now.
Yeah, it's probably it's got to be in the top 3 most solid franchises.
Well,
If it wasn't for season 3, it would
yeah,
almost be perfect.
yeah, but take out the seasons, okay?
Yeah,
We're talking about the movies. We're gonna find out next year how strong it really is.
that's true. That's true. If you're just talking about the movies, this is the strongest franchise.
I think it is too.
Hands
Consistent,
down.
absolutely.
And
Thank you,
how much I
Sean.
love Phantasm.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mayanne.
Yes.
Appreciate
Thank you,
you,
Jennifer.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks, Ben.
Ben,
Anybody who's been here tonight,
Brad, Casey,
before they
Hobbs.
leave, I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so thank you guys for joining us. This has been a lot of fun. We were really looking forward to this. We hope you enjoyed watching it as much as we enjoyed planning it.
Yes. Thank you, guys. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. So, So until next time, we'll definitely probably do another one of these in a couple of weeks with whatever else we decide to do next.
We'll unearth something for you.
But until then, thank you for watching, guys.
Thank you, Jennifer. Bye.